It's the heart and soul of our sport, where these players strive to become who they're truly meant to be.
No more break, it's time for action. Welcome to Overwatch Contenders.
Welcome, everybody. We are back to Overwatch Contenders, and I'm here with my boy Herix, obviously, in Europe. And, it's a little bit different of a duo today, right, Herix? It's obviously going to be me,
Fresh.
Justin.
We'll say fresh.
Fresh duo? Okay, totally fresh, clean, ready to go. How you feeling? Are you ready for some more Overwatch Contenders? And we're in Summer Series now, Herix, so obviously it's a bit hotter.
Yeah, definitely. I'm feeling the heat right now as we speak. I got the long sleeves on. I'm already thinking that was a mistake. I'm envious right now of the short sleeves. But yeah, a little bit earlier for me. We've been covering NA, myself and Dor, the last week. So I'm excited to dive in, see what Europe's got cooking. I've been paying attention, but I'm really excited to get it a little bit more firsthand now.
Oh yeah, I mean it's been really a lot of changes, I guess, compared to last season. We have Peps back in the running. I think they've been kind of doing better this series than last series, obviously, and a lot of different changes, a lot of new faces as well coming through in Europe. We have some North Americans actually coming over and playing, in fact, over here, Eurix, which is pretty
that feels
crazy.
Backwards, right? That feels a little backwards, but we like it, right? Why don't we take a quick look at the schedule here, Dustin, because I'm excited to push this along. I'm excited to get into this, so I'm gonna speed things up just a little bit here. Ataraxia going to be our first match, taking on Raspberry Racers. Then Team Peps, you just talked about, against SR Peak Check. You talked about some of those new names. Well, maybe not seeing as much of them in terms of team identities here. These are a lot of the names that we got to see last season, and a lot of the names that we also saw rising last season. Raspberry Racers and SR Peak Check, big ones there.
Yeah, no, that's going to be incredibly exciting watching those games later on. And obviously, first up, like you said, with Ataraxia and Raspberry Racers, and obviously both teams having a very similar record at the moment, Herix. And for you, or for me specifically, I guess, when we go into this game, Moxie, for Raspberry Racers and Ataraxia, what are you looking forward to in these two teams? What do you think that's gonna really be the difference maker in terms of like compositions? Obviously I think this meta is kind of becoming more and more defined. Do you think that at least in Contenders that we are entering that stage of either it's going to be the Echo or the Sombra or something else?
Yeah, oddly enough, I think the conversation completely changes form when you talk about Europe versus NA. It feels like we're in two different worlds a little bit. While we go into this, let's take a quick look at the standings as well, because as you mentioned, there of course, there's a lot of stuff going on, and it comes down to composition. It comes down to the pedigree as well. Team Peps, as you mentioned, is a team on the rise right now after, I would say, a little bit of a quieter series back in the spring, but Twisted Minds, EXO, even up towards the top there. These are all kind of familiar here, of course, but in Europe, of course, the names that we're going to be looking at right out of the rip is going to be Ataraxia 1. And I think about this team, when you talk about compositions, I'm looking specifically at players like Helv, a player that I have really loved following for quite some time now. I mean, years at this point. One of those players that I think can provide a lot for the team, and certainly when things like Ryan are available, that becomes even more pronounced as well. But Ataraxia, they haven't been playing up to their standard, playing up to what we know that this team is capable of. And you think that, yes, with the pedigree that they have from their players, you would hope to see a turnaround here in week 2.
I think you're 100% right here, Rick. I mean, they have, if we take a look at their lineup, a very, very good setup of players. Like you said, I mean, they got Helv running that ship, and then also you got the backline of Natlox and Gala. I mean, Natlox is a fantastic main support. Meanwhile, Pastor as well, fantastic DPS. So, this is going to be this is a game, like you said, I think it's really going to matter for a team like Ataraxia to make sure they can enter, the postseason in the summer series. And meanwhile, their opponents, they're not any slouch either, although they have also had a slow start, with Raspberry Racers being against them today.
Yeah, Raspberry Racers, they definitely have a slower start, certainly when you look at their record in the overall standings. But this is still a team that I think over the course of this year does have kind of that upwards trajectory. Yes, they have had some slumps in terms of performance in week 1, but I would say that this is an opportunity for a big turnaround for them. Raspberry Racers versus Ataraxia. This is certainly a definitive moment for both of these teams because they want to get out of that bottom echelon of the standings. They want to make sure that they make a strong push to get into that playoffs. There's 4 teams that aren't going to make it, and they don't want to be one of them.
Well, we'll have to see who comes out on top today in the first map, which is going to be Busan. And, you know, obviously this is a map that we've seen time and time again, you know, between plenty of teams at this point. Busan's been in the map pool for so freaking long at this point here, Rix. I mean, I like this map. I mean, obviously, you know, general things here, Rix. I'm just going to keep it, you know, easy as we roll into EU. But, like, for Busan, do you like this map anymore, Rix? Are you a big Busan guy or not really?
Well, I'm down with Busan, but Dor always makes fun of me. I'm definitely a soldier main, which is great for me right now. It's feeling great on the ladder. But Busan, there's a couple of maps that feel fantastic for soldier players. So I'm going to say I love Busan, but with a lot of bias behind that answer.
Definitely. Yeah, I will say anybody that doesn't know in chat, Herix is the most Soldier 76 player. If there was a such thing as Soldier 76 in real life, that would be Herix.
Yeah, I got sandals and socks on right now.
Oh no, I don't know if that's a great combination you want to be bragging about, Herix, to be honest with you. But you know, listen, all of our dads out there, all of our Soldier 76 dads, I'm sure they're excited to hear about that. You know, obviously, between these two teams, I think we're going to have a good game on our hands here. This game should be close between Raspberry Racers and Ataraxia.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the big things here is all about firepower. Obviously, these two teams are teams that, you know, they aren't as well refined as some of the top performers in Europe, and that's one thing that defines the top performers in Europe, is that a lot of their strategies are all very well refined. You know, and not only just that, but they're also very much dedicated to those strategies as well. Some of them have their own identities, whereas these are two teams that are still trying to kind of find themselves to a degree, but they have the talent. Obviously, they have the talent. And it's just about making sure that they can go from that week one, make that big turn on. Obviously, they had plenty of time between when we last saw them, you know, 6 days ago till now to make adjustments, make changes. And you can expect that these teams should look much better. And we might even see some adaptations, some alterations to what we actually even got to see from them last week.
Yeah, I think that you're 100% right. I mean, you know, I guess like you said about the meta being, or about things kind of being figured out early on for a lot of these EMEA teams, you're 100% right. Like, I feel like, you know, at least in the side of Raspberry Racers, for them to have that 1-3 start, not exactly great, but you know, a team like them, I wouldn't be surprised if they bounce back. It feels like, you know, even with Pep's last season, for example, here, I'm sure this is the same thing with NA. Like, I imagine there's, like, some teams kind of play worse depending on the meta and, like, where we are. Like, obviously, spring series, then summer series. I feel like every team has that one kind of, like summer or spring or whatever, where they just kind of take it off or, like, they don't play as good. Do you think that's, like, accurate, or am I just kind of making this up?
I don't think you're crazy. Chat predictions in the chat right now, by the way, while we're going to go ahead and just completely go off on this tangent. 1 for Ataraxia, 2 for Raspberry Racers, let us know. But yeah, to keep going on this, I do think that there are some teams that you see some dips here and there, and perhaps you could say that about either of these teams, but I think there's a big opportunity for a bounce back. I think Raspberry Racers last series had that 4-game dip, really just unlucky going against some of those big opponents. Now they need to turn things back around here in the summer.
Yeah, for sure. Now they're Raspberry Racers going to hold the W key towards Pastor, send him towards the coastal side on the turf. Ataraxia is still setting up, by the way, with Lauren kind of staying up on the back. Well, Raspberry Racers just want to keep going forward towards Ataraxia. In fact, Andreku actually went aggressive with a fade towards the rest of Ataraxia, who are continually backing up. Cloud just trying to capture that point. Well, the rest of Raspberry Racers over the top are trying to contest Ataraxia. Raspberry Racers actually dropped, still have a lot of heals, but Pastor is able to find Jakaru after the rotation was a bit too long for Raspberry Racers. Still healthy as well as the rest of Ataraxia. Up person in this fight. Also, Angie coming through on the Cloud on the low ground. We have Alexi towards the point, just having to run away, try to escape, but surely he won't. They did claim that point first, however, Ataraxia will flip it for themselves.
I love this differentiation, this variation of these compositional styles. Raspberry Racers obviously very in tune with that brawl. Ataraxia need to pick their fights intelligently here, but one thing that's going to help them in a big way, Dustin, it's gonna be the EMP. Lauren really ready to go with that one already, pretty much. I mean, 8% away after just one fight. Ataraxia in control. They can vie for that high ground. They can play off of this EMP, and they have, of course, the nano boost there as well.
Early TP from Alexi, maybe to come through with that EP, like you said. Also with the Cole Weston, some Raspberry Racers side to kind of delay side of Raspberry Racers coming in. Lauren's able to find Alex early on, still holding onto that EMP as well. Even though the Coalescence was popped, they couldn't save Alex. Primal Blade used from Held as well. Ataraxia really wanted to close out on this fight, and they did.
Nice and easy. Held onto the EMP as well. Still have a defensive option there. Raspberry Racers working their way back into this one. It's all going to be about sustaining, trying to be able to outlive what is going to be an aggressive start here, an explosive start for Ataraxia as they dive in. They're going to have that EMP to back it up. They're also going to have Natlocks there as well.
Back up. Nice nade to slow down Raspberry Racers, connecting the 3 members here. Carly was really far ahead. EMP now available for Lauren. Oh my god, it's huge! Cloud gets removed immediately by Help. Cover though, Terra Surge able to find one. However, it is traded back. Gustav still wants to win this. Raspberry Racers commit the beat. Even though they only have 3 members, Pastor's able to kill Gustav, and also Alexi gets staggered on Drake, who surely gets staggered as well, and now you're in a very situation for Raspberry Racers.
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, 10% away. That's only 12 seconds for anyone wanting to do the math on that one. Wizard at the ready though, so Raspberry Racers, they have some options, but they still need to get to the point, and that's what's going to be difficult for them here.
Or does jump there, but they lose Alexi, who has the Death Boss and ready to go. They have to keep touching as well. Cloud has to use the Ice Block for him. They get the Blizzard off, but they can't touch. And now they're going down that first round here. Oh my god.
Yeah, not the best start, we'll say, Raspberry Racers, but you do like what you see from Ataraxia. I think one of the big things is just the fact that we saw them really come in with a really defined and clear-cut strategy of just making sure that they can take these fights. They're playing intelligently. They know that Raspberry Racers are certainly trying to play into Ataraxia's aggression, but Helv isn't giving that to them. Pastor's playing back. Gala and Natlocks are obviously able to play back, so Ataraxia is able to play this far more patiently than you would otherwise see a composition like this played. And interestingly here, Raspberry Racers are going to opt again for a similar style, but some unique changes that open up some more tools for them to be able to get some more passive damage to force that aggression to come out from Ataraxia so that they could retaliate much better this way.
Yeah, I like that. See if it works out for them. Ataraxia now over the top, sending Held towards the flank with Lauren over the back. That came through onto Dranku. They're able to take on Dranku out without any heals there from Gustav. And now Gustav is the target of the 9, but Ataraxia Help gets poked down low by Cloud and actually will go down. The res also comes through. Gustav Lauren could not get the hack onto that res as well. So Raspberry Racers are now up in this fight as well as Pastor trying to play around the objective. Jkaru with the backside of a Dynamite from Alexis, able to get that positioning. And can anybody else here touch for Ataraxia? No, they have to wait for help.
Looking for one of those opportunities. See if they can find one.
Elf jumps towards that point early. Oak down. Has to use the bubble. That cooldown already out. Raspberry Racers still building up some ultimates. And same with Ataraxia. Like I said, 25% on the board now for them. On the defensive hold, hack comes through, and Jkaru bubble as well to zone him off, and they actually kill him before he can get any heals there. Come on, Drake and Gustav. Pulse bomb comes out of Natlocks, but it's blocked. Nice job by Natlocks to avoid a pulse bomb from Cloud, and knowing Jkaru's down, Raspberry Racers just back up.
This is smart from Raspberry Racers. Interestingly here, they're actually going to make some more changes. Jkaru going to go back over to the Winston. As we know, Jkaru pretty solid on the Winston. Shouldn't have too much of a struggle here making that adjustment, but you need to make some big plays, and Jkaru's certainly not going to do it snoozing.
Nice sleep from Gala. Has to go back through onto that Ana though, and Cloud over the top, find Gala and Pastor. Even though the rally was there from Natlocks, it might be a little bit too late. 3K for Cloud in that fight. Easy flip for them.
Taking back control. A lot of resources spent here though, Dustin, and I think that Ataraxia might be able to take full advantage of that. You see Lauren going in, just getting a little bit more poke off. That's going to charge up the EMP, and that's going to be something that Raspberry Racers are going to find very difficult to deal with here. They just don't have very much utility that's good at dealing with that. So if Lauren can land a big one, they can get some massive value.
Could be massive, but they only use Help's Primal in the meantime. Now Lauren comes back with the EMP out of Jikaru, and they're able to find him. So value was indeed found, and Help's Primal is still going on. They're able to boot down Drake into the rest of their team, and it's yet again another flip on this round.
Yeah, this one's definitely looking a little bit different than that first round for sure. Ataraxia struggling a little bit more. Raspberry Racers obviously figuring things out here on Sanctuary, but still, we're in a situation where Raspberry Racers, I mean, they keep making these adjustments, and I think these are good adjustments, but it just doesn't help their ult economy, obviously. You wonder at what point does it become too late here? Ataraxia just finding these opening picks.
Oh my god, what a pulse spot from Cloud. Natox did find Alexi early on, though, so they could have it. He's just been sticking them consistently in this series, and now Raspberry Racers with the advantage flip that point again.
Just off the back of Cloud at this point. I mean, 2 double pulse bombs on the same players, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure it was also Gala and Pastor last time. Yeah, so we got the exact same players, 2 fights in a row, and now opens it up yet again with another pick. Lauren going down. This might solidify the round here, just off of Cloud, making 3 plays back to back to back.
Yeah, Helv already looking at touching that point because they don't really have any fast heroes to touch it besides maybe Lauren here, so he's going to be on it. Get that overtime ticking. Also, Torbjorn ultimate moving forward towards the point turret, able to find Alexi. Doesn't only do good in plat, also here at the highest level. Zones out the point. Ataraxia also commit the nano boost on Gala's side to go aggressive towards Raspberry Racers. Down a person. They've done a good job just backing up whenever they're down one, but Andre can take a ton of pressure from Help. The rally has to be used. Help still has the primal wage as well, and they want to win this right here and now to make sure Raspberry Racers don't have a chance to come back towards this objective. They're up to 75% now, but it's Cloud again onto Pastor. That's half of the equation from earlier. Able to find the pulse bomb onto Pastor, so he's out on the fight. EMP here as well. They're able to come back through, counter EMP from Lauren, but the follow-up just isn't there. Jikaru's able to find Lauren. Is anybody else here for Ataraxia? Gala's here to touch, throws the sleep dart as well. Has to back up around the corner. Overtime now half. Do have help towards that point. Bubble committed though. No primal wage on that side. Does have some support from Gala. They have a great defensive angle to work with. Meanwhile, Raspberry Racers played around the back. Alexi's onto Soldier 76 now. Pastor's onto Symmetra. Almost goes down. Able to avoid death narrowly. Able to get Cloud as well over the back. Nice work from the Symmetra player about Ataraxia. Alexi, though, on the other side, able to across the map find Lauren, and then the damage is there on the help. Nobody there to support them. Pastor over on the point. We've seen Symmetra's clutch before, but with an anti-grenade, I'm not sure how it's possible against Alexi, who ends up with a 3K towards the last fight.
Raspberry Racers, those DPS kind of popping off. I mean, Cloud already front runner for MVP of the match. I mean, there's no questioning it, there's no denying it. Just back to back to back big plays, double pulse bomb, then following up, had that double kill earlier than that, before we even saw those pulse bombs as well, just really opening things up for Raspberry Racers. But one thing I'm kind of interested in is the fact that we didn't see Raspberry Racers opening with more of this Winston strategy, because obviously we're seeing a lot more efficacy here as opposed to what we saw them open with on Orisa, and especially when you consider that Jikaru is one of the top dogs when you talk about Winstons and Contenders right now. So, yeah. I mean, obviously a lot is determined by the team and the synergy and the cohesion and the execution of that composition, but you think that these pieces start to fit together, and it certainly seems like the puzzle is now coming together with Cloud on Tracer, Jikaru there on the Winston, and everything else firing off as well.
Raspberry Racers setting up on Ataraxia. Helv already goes for that dive and commits the bubble early and dives onto the inside ankle and falls for it. I mean, what an aggressive play from him. And now Ataraxia don't have their Winston. They have a decision to make, and it looks like they're backing up slowly. Now Locks takes the dynamite and his sleep dart, but yeah, they're just going to have to wait for help again.
Raspberry Racers off to a much better start here in the last 2 rounds of this map. Been much more put together with the Winston composition. Good news as well, because we expect to see a lot of Winston in this matchup. But Ataraxia going to have to get in there, and Lauren's low, so that means that they're going to be playing more than likely down a player and taking pressure from this long-range poke as well, mostly from Alexi, who already is going to have Bob here very early on.
I mean, yeah, what a fast Bob build. He goes into the back. Jikaru gets slept and killed immediately, but Bob still is getting pressure in the back line, able to find help with Andreku. Nice work from them, but they are down 2 members now. Cloud and Jikaru are gone. Nana Boost committed onto a Sombra of all players towards the point. Able to get some more kills with Pastor, finding Alexi and Gustav, and Ataraxia are going to get the flip off of that Nana.
A couple of times where Draco, good position to be able to make a big play, but unfortunately just it's kind of isolated in some of these scenarios. Now it's going to come down to a little bit of a Winston battle here, but Raspberry Racers, they've got the upper hand. Not only do they have the Pulse Bomb from Cloud, but on top of that, the Nano Boost, and that might be just that much more important.
Well, takes a lot of pressure over the top. Karu gets the Nano, gets slept though on the back Cloud with the Pulse Bomb again. Doesn't find the kills, but is able to find the pressure with Jakaru and on Draco. Over the back Gala as well. Hash to try to zone away from Jakaru's primal range, but it's too difficult to do so. Ataraxia now just looking to delay the point, and Hell falls. Nobody else here to touch. Raspberry Racers will get the flip again.
Seems like this one's going to be like Sanctuary. Back and forth, the pendulum swinging. You have Ataraxia in a prime position for a retake, though. Obviously built up that economy big time. But they're going to need to be efficient here. If they don't have some of these resources late, like I would love to see them just go in here, make a play off of EMP, and get the flip solely off of that. Leave something on the table here, and they might be able to pull that off. That's a big pick for them to start the fight off.
I don't know how Lauren even found that kill. Over the back now, Pastor's able to find Karu too. They're able to get even more kills off of that one. Hack as well comes through on the Cloud, able to find them, and nice work from the Saba player of Ataraxia. The flip comes through for them again, and they find the staggered kill.
Not only that, but I talked about the efficiency being that they would just have to use the EMP, but Dustin, they didn't use anything, and this is kind of what I was talking about, where you see Draco not in a bad position at all. You see Anna's play from there all the time, but just gets caught out, and you see Raspberry Racers, or sorry, Ataraxia rather, really taking advantage of those opportunities that they can actually pressure, find susceptibilities. Now it looks like Ataraxia, again, there's the EMP.
Nice EMP to start it off from Lauren, but they actually don't find the kills this time. It's a bit too aggressive. In fact, Lauren's the one to go down. Core has to be used now by Pastor. Alexi can't make his way to the high ground with the coach gun. A bit too long of a jump from that angle specifically. Now Alexi is the target of this primal raging nano boosted Winston. Got Alexi out of the fight early, but any more we'll see. Hell gets slept as well to the primal rage. 2 seconds left. The Reds try to come through from Gustav of all people in the front of Ataraxia, so he trades his life for it, and Cloud gets delayed. I don't know if they get a touch here.
It's going to be tough. I think they can maybe get in there. Jakaru is going to have to be the one to make the play, though. Down so low. Needs to get that health reset. Off the primal. Gets it.
Does get it. 98% has to go towards the point. Great decision-making from the Winston player of Raspberry Racers, but Jakaru goes so low. Able to fall back towards the Mega Health Pack on the left side. Pulse Bomb committed towards Gala. Gala only takes some of the damage, though. Avoids most of it as Ataraxia grouped around this point. Raspberry Racers don't have any ultimates. In fact, you lose Gustav and then Cloud to the Torp turret. I mean, it's such a defensive composition at this point, and it's working out. Nobody else here to touch, too. Ataraxia will take map number 1.
Things started just as they finished. Ataraxia able to start hot, finished it hot just as well, but man, I gotta say, this is already looking to be shaping up to be a barn burner here for sure, based off of what we saw in the last 2 rounds of this map. I mean, Cloud especially, just putting on a show. A lot of the focus here is going to be shifted very quickly. If we start to see more of these Winston Tracer type compositions, there's going to be some problems to be had. Jakaru and Cloud are certainly, I think, at the forefront of those problems.
Yeah, on the opposite side here, for Ataraxia, it just seemed like what was it about this warp composition with the Sombra Winston? Did it end up being? How did this end up being more consistent? Is it just like the soft counter?
Man. I mean, yeah. There's a lot of focus on just trying to counter out a lot of that aggression. Jakaru's not able to make some of those plays, and then of course, when you see some of these Winstons kind of counter diving each other as well, it just becomes a little bit better, I think, for the team that's able to play that defensively, have that Torb, just has that extra protection on the back line as well. Or you can utilize the Torb more dynamically, taking up flanking angles with the turret, or even the Torb itself, have alternating sightlines to use there as well. So I think there's a lot of dynamicism that comes into play on top of just being solid against the Winston, solid against Tracer, and still has some mid-range poke to rely on as well.
You're 100% right. I didn't think about how the Torbjorn worked, and in that situation, they seem to be off to a great start. Obviously, Ataraxia, win over Raspberry Races would be huge for them moving forward. Because I mean, you talked about earlier here, Rix, if they win this game, Ataraxia will put themselves in a obviously way better position than they did before, and give themselves a chance to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, anything's really better than where they're at right now. I mean, there's not too many teams lower in the totem pole at this point. So definitely climbing the standings at this stage is paramount. I would say I might be underselling it at this point with where things are landing. But nonetheless, we've got map 2 ready to go. It's going to be Eichenwald selected here by Raspberry Racers. And like we talked about with Raspberry Racers last season, just to kind of discuss their story a little bit, we saw Raspberry Racers have a pretty decent showing in the group stage initially, and then we saw that run. I think it was 4 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken, where right at the end of the group stage, they had to play who was a top finisher. We saw them play Triple Esports, if I'm not mistaken. Twisted Minds and EXO, I think, was the four-team run. And it's like, okay, at that point, you're just unlucky. But then we saw them come out and, had a couple of unlucky pulls as well in the playoff bracket. And you kind of got to win some of those games if you want to get some deep runs in the playoffs. So I'm looking to see if Raspberry Racers can turn this game around, settle themselves in the round robin, and maybe find their way back into a playoff and get some redemption from what was looking like a solid series, and then unfortunately fell a little bit flatter than they would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting you bring them up too, Hurix, because, obviously Raspberry Racers, going down that first map is big, but also, like you said, I mean, it seems like specifically in last season, the spring series, it was really kind of unlucky, like you said. But the reason we talk about them like this is because they've had good runs, previously, at least in 2022. I mean, they went 3rd, 4th place. I mean, they're a really good lineup that can compete at the highest level in Europe, and that's why so far in 2023, it's been difficult for them. And they're going to have to show some resilience here on Eichenwald. There's probably a reason they picked this map as well. But, obviously they're going to have to start it here, Rix, because, going down 0-2, not really a great start, especially against a team that's in a similar standings as you.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things here as well, I know that this is probably obviously very different for you, watching a lot more Europe and everything, that this map actually outside of this region and some of the other regions, funnily enough, isn't really a Winston map. We're seeing a handshake actually. Helv and Jakaru actually called the mirror, just said Winston, handshake on it. They both said yes, let's go. But interestingly, this isn't necessarily a Winston map for all other regions. We've seen teams that like to play rush style compositions actually favoring this map, and that dates all the way back to kind of like the Rush Vival era where we saw even Rhine rushes actually like to utilize this map because of the somewhat safe rotations that you can actually have here. But obviously this is going to be very different. We have 2 teams that like to play Winston, that want to play into the Winston, 2 tanks more especially that want to play into Winston, so we're going to be seeing a lot of that.
Both jumping at each other early. Alexia with Sojourn of all things gets poked on the right, but does have the heals there from Draco. Gustav as well, able to set up there. Lauren setting up his flank as well. Ataraxia now deciding whether they want to go in with Lauren at this angle or just take the space. It looks like they're just going to take the space with Pastor setting up towards the mini health pack on the left side. Ataraxia, in fact, diving over the right, looking for specifically on Draco on the back, but Help goes down after using the cooldowns. Alexi's able to find him. Lauren, though, able to find Gustav with some support from Gala. Nice kill from them, but, Raspberry Racers down 1. Now have to regroup towards that point. Ataraxia look to move in now. Karu sitting back. They have Help with post spawns. Now Lock's able to find 2. Clouded on Draco, now removed from the fight. No ultimates here in this first one either. Jakara finds the trade onto 1, but Pastor's able to find Alexi. And Jakaru sits back. Maybe they could go for a recontest, but not now. Lauren finds that delay kill, and Gustav is probably going to be the second one here from Help.
I mean, things fall apart very quickly once the Ana goes down. Raspberry Racers just don't have that ability to sustain. They lack the utility that the Ana provides as well. Jakaru can't make those bigger plays. Just lacks the ability to, have that backup, have that support. a utility, Ataraxia certainly are looking for Undraco. I think we're seeing that as a common theme right now, that Undraco on the Ana is clearly a dominant focus here as new DPS get traded out, and it's going to be Ataraxia pushing the cart and taking more kills.
Help, nice 2K from that. Pastor as well with a pulse bomb and on top of things, and they're still getting that payload push, and I mean, Raspberry Racers are building up on towards some ultimates at the very least, but Undraco gets staggered too, and Ataraxia look to continue this car pressure.
Smooth sailing so far. That was an interesting look. A little bit overzealous. You get caught, you have to translocator out. But nonetheless, getting into position, good information coming in from Lauren, waiting to get a good opportunity to go for the EMP, and they're going to send it already.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's an aggressive play from Helv. Onto the inside with the Nano Boost. Has the Primal Rage too. We're seeing this continuously. This Primal Rage with Nano Boost combo immediately. Able to find out Draco and go past the choke. Get the rest of their team here as well to dive onto Gustav. Get this car pressure pushing forward. I mean, they've rotated everybody over here onto the inside. Have left one towards that payload. Nice leap onto Alexi, but Alexi able to translocate away. Primal Rage still going on to Natlocks Gustav here as well, and it's a scrappy fight. Lauren's still pushing that payload. Hack here comes through as well as Pastor here towards the payload. Raspberry Racers finally look to stop it. Helv also the target of the dive from Raspberry Racers, but don't want to go too far past the choke point. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. Ataraxia are free to regroup.
Good regroup there from Ataraxia as well. I think they know that they have that EMP ready. Just better to get set up at this point, get into a position, and make sure that they can execute off of that EMP before Alexi can get theirs online. That is priority number one. You do not want to trade EMPs if you can help it.
Nade comes through on the inside from Raspberry Racers to stay healthy. Avoid a lot of this damage coming through via Raspberry Racers. Sending Pastor towards the target. Gets hacked though by the Sombra. Gets one clip by Alexi. Also commits the EMP onto Helv. Has some support here potentially to follow up. Gustav able to find Lauren. Gala has traded Alexi at the very least, but Raspberry Racers is still up and they have the close spawns. Natlocks able to find Gustav, but it costs Helv his life. Cloud also finds Natlocks here, and that's a nice 2K from Raspberry Racers to come through and follow up on our Ataraxia, who now are in a bit of disarray.
Oh yeah, big time. I think this has been some pretty solid defense actually coming out from Raspberry Racers. They know when to buy time. They know when it's time to actually go ahead and go for the neck. I mean, you can see it right there. They're able to find these isolation picks, and that's going to be so important in a composition like this, especially when you know that Ataraxia are going to be playing split. If you look at the overhead, at any point in this, you're going to be seeing some splits taking place from Ataraxia, whether it be the 4-1 with the Tracer off onto the point or whatever, sending Helv forward maybe just with Lauren. You can see these splits take place, and Raspberry Racers, they're committing to dealing with those splits.
Bit Primal here as well, and, you know, on the side of Raspberry Racers, like you said, they're able to find two. Cloud, the kill from Nona Natlocks. Now Helv towards that point is all alone, so he backs up. Lauren, though, on the inside, able to find Jakaru. That's a nice kill, but you know, they're down so many members to grab the health pack, though. Avoid the death temporarily for there. 1 minute 30 seconds left now for Ataraxia. This has been a tough offense for them.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit more dire, but they only need one fight, and they have plenty of time to build. Nice stick. Cloud yet again. Just absolutely shutting the door on Ataraxia for a little bit longer. This makes it just a little bit harder for Ataraxia. But I will say, the silver lining here, Dustin, while we see them just go for these extra couple of kills, this is free opportunity for Lauren to get that EMP online, and that is going to be important. Ataraxia here. They need something. They need anything at this stage with 50 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably, you know, maybe it's been a while since they played Ike and Volda, or, you know, on offense, it's maybe a bit tough for them. Regroup, be the low ground. They do have that rally as well if they want to follow up upon that EMP, but they get EMP'd on themselves from Alexi. Nice work from him to set up that EMP on an Outlock to Pastor, and you got to wipe fast now if you're Ataraxia.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you are in a position where you can do something, and now with Paula going down so late here, this makes it just that much more difficult. Luckily, they still have Lauren in the picture, can contest the objective, so they don't necessarily have to worry about that, but they still need to find some kind of inroad to actually deal with Raspberry Racers, and I don't know if EMP is going to necessarily be enough here.
They have the Torb out. Rally is well committed. Raspberry Racers went for the early dive. Lauren towards that payload, and they should be aware of that EMP. Cloud's able to find Gala, who swapped to Kiri, like you said, and now Lauren has to commit the EMP. It's a big one, but do they have the follow-up? Cloud with the pulse bomb over the top. I mean, what an MVP performance from him so far in the series. Natlock's removed, so that's both supports gone for Ataraxia. Third turret to delay on that payload. Chikara goes for that dive on a Pastor, though. The Torb is removed. Hell is also gone. And Ataraxia, even with ultimates, could just not find their opening. Raspberry Races will stop them in the streets phase.
I think this is one of the reasons why we see teams struggle with the Winston composition a lot of times on Icon, is the fact that you get down, if you get stopped towards the back end of the bridge section, what are you going to do? I mean, if you dive forward from bridge side, you're just taking immense pressure off of that dive because it's all open space. Otherwise, you're going through a very intense choke that is very compacted, and it's very easy to deal with, especially with Anna's on the other side. You're just going to get naded. Like, what do? That's why I think oftentimes we're seeing teams, you know, find potentially other ways to approach this. It's just so difficult to execute that style, especially if you get isolated.
Yeah, I don't know if going to the defensive side, it might be easier for them right here, Rex, because of, you know, yeah. This map is no easy. Like, you need, like, definitely a lot of coordination on Icon Vault's second point. And, like, it's maybe things will, like, fall in place a bit easier for them. And it looks like the handshake is off now here. Rick's Helv is on to the Orisa.
I don't know about that, because Helv is the one that called for the handshake. So this feels entirely disrespectful to me. You know,
it's a betrayal. Yeah, an absolute betrayal, man. What the heck? I can't believe it. Chikara's gonna walk out of spawn and be like, "What the heck, dude? What's going on here? We had a bet. We had a deal."
I'm having to send a message to Helv at this point. This is not okay.
We need to make a what is it? We need to make like a poll, like one of the websites. So we need to send out a giant list of people saying, you know, what are you doing, Helv? Play the Winton. On the defensive side, though, they're gonna have Lauren playing Sojourn 2 for the first time this series. Meanwhile, Lexi back on the Echo. It's kind of a signature for him. Raspberry Racers setting up towards that dive already. Ataraxia is playing very defensive. They lost the turret of Pastor, who has been playing the Torb consistently throughout the series. Lexi over the top as well, looking for that pressure. Cloud over the back, pushed away temporarily. Does have some of those heals, but Pastor, nice shot from him. On to Cloud over the back as well. Rez can't come through, though, because the support from Gustav is really enabling Alexi to play as aggressive as he has been on Draco, though. Able to find Pastor, get revenge on Cloud, and with those forward spawn, or with the closer spawns, rather, Cloud will be back here in the nick of time. Lauren over the back with the charged up railgun shot as well. Can look for that shot. Help gets integrated, and pressure just incredibly low. Will fall to Alexi with the beam, so no more Orisa in this fight too. Raspberry Racers already get the first pick. Anti-grenade comes through on the inside. Nice nades from Alexi with the damage boost as well. Able to find Natlocks and Gala. Pastor does trade back to Karu, but it might be too little too late. Lauren is low. Nobody else here. And Raspberry Racers will claim point A.
I think one of the biggest shifts that we're seeing between this map and the last one is on Draco, right? I mean, absolutely popping off in a lot of these scenarios. Obviously, we know what Cloud is capable of. We saw it at the first map, but Draco was the one that Ataraxia were constantly gunning for when they were playing some of these aggressive dive strategies with a very similar comp to what we're seeing them even playing here now that they've made some adjustments back to the Winston. On Draco, just finding these massive offensive biotics, and you're seeing just a lot more space for Draco to make some of those plays happen.
Nicely throw onto Alexi with the copy. Winston, but they're able to find Lauren still with the nano boost pressure, or with the copy pressure from Alexi on the inside. It's Natlocks dealing with him. Nice nade comes through as well. Alexi able to find one, then the second with the primal copy. Fantastic work from the Echo player of Raspberry Racers, and they have a massive opening to work.
Yeah, this, like we said, it should be easier on defense, but it makes it a lot harder when you have to make a swap and you are down crazy momentum going into what is going to be, supposed to be at least, the hardest section for the attacking side. We're seeing the defense come out. Now they're going to have the respawn advantage, but that's all that they have at this point.
Avoid the pulse bomb narrowly, also pop that rally. Lauren able to find Cloud on the inside shot. Fantastic work from the Sojourn of Ataraxia. They're able to rotate towards that payload. And get rid of on Draco too. Nice 2K for them. Also remove Chikaru, and we might see the start of their defensive hold for now. I mean, we got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Yeah, And now they're able to equalize. They have, of course, again, they have the advantage, not just from respawns, but also in terms of control of the map, just the space that they own by being on the defensive side here. Ataraxia, this is just going to look a lot better for them. Raspberry Racers, though, be pushing back in here in just some time. But 3 minutes, a lot of time to work with. Of course, we did see Raspberry Racers drain even more than that away from Ataraxia, so it could be a bloodbath on our hands.
Yeah, Atarax, you got to be careful of a back tap. Knowing that, and that box falls. Lauren able to find 2, though, with the overclock. Because Raspberry Racers went through at choke point, Jakarta's able to find 1. Primal Rage also committed, so surely Lauren will be found here as well with no support. Jakarta kind of gets lost for a second there. And finally, we'll find him after that pretty much entire Primal Rage cooldown. I mean, that's not enough value for Jakarta. If he gets picked off here, that can be terrible. Does have the support from Gustav, though. Able to get back towards that payload passer, built to the pulse bomb, looking to be a difference maker here. Over the top left, towards the bridge side. Meanwhile, Ataraxia to the low ground, trying to stop the payload. Nice nade to stop down passer for now. Down to 115 HP. A little bit scared. Doesn't really want to go in just yet. Primal Rage here committed. Sleep Dart as well. Onto Help to slow down the Primal Rage for now. Passer will back up over the left side. They're still looking for that pulse bomb kill. Copy comes through from Alexi. The pressure is now in the favor of Raspberry Racers again. Gustav able to find help. Pulse bomb missed from Pastor. Has to recall to the back for the down help in this fight. Pulse bomb from bottom to the side. Stickies! And Lauren is gone. And so is Natlock's. Value was not found from Pastor's pulse bomb, resulting in Raspberry Racers now tying the series 1-1.
That was looking like a pretty decent fight for the defensive side there. Ataraxia had the ability to kind of trade things out, take that slow fight. That's always going to favor the defense in that in that position on the map. Of course, the ability to just end things very rapidly is something that we're seeing from Raspberry Racers actually really kind of stand out. A lot of that, of course, comes from Cloud and just being able to land a stick apparently whenever he wants to. I mean, at this stage, the stick rate's got to be something like 80%. It's insane.
He's got the MYKL, the Michael pulse bomb impact, obviously. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, obviously, you're right. It just seems like maybe for both teams here, at the current moment, because they're both 1 and 3, it does feel like they're both like a lot of these Winston players, right? Both Helv and Jakaru are using the Primal Rages a lot more proactively, right? Yeah, I mean, we're seeing those Nano Boost Primal Rage plays, which, I don't know, with some of the top teams, we don't really see that often, right? But, obviously enough analysis from me and Herix for now. We're tied 1-1 between Ataraxia and Raspberry Racers. So, guys, you're not going to go anywhere. We'll be right back after the short break for map number 3.
You like solving problems. Problems like how to stop that Tracer from deleting your backline. I know just what you're thinking. You'll bring a turret. But y'all can't solve all your problems by simply bringing an extra friend to the battlefield. For that, you need the Contenders Torbjorn skin. Solve your problems by connecting your Battle.net account to Twitch. After that, watching Overwatch Contenders Summer Series will contribute to your drops progress, letting you claim your Overwatch Contenders Torbjorn skin. Even your turret gets an upgrade. Warning, the Overwatch Contenders Torbjorn skin does not come with extra or upgraded turrets. Build instructions will not be provided. By picking Torbjorn, you waive a claim towards any destroyed turrets. No refunds, no exchanges, and no take-backsies.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here in Contenders Summer Series EU with myself, Dustin Herix. We're tied 1-1 right now between Ataraxia and Raspberry Racers. And you called it, Herix. It seems like we definitely have a barn burner of a series on our hand today.
I feel like it's just the Europe way at this point, right? I mean, I remember last week you guys had some crazy matches that I gotta admit I was a little bit jealous of. You know, we definitely were looking at that and we were like, okay, this is we want to get some action there. So I'm happy to be here today to finally experience it, man.
No, yeah. Europe is like always full of action, man. It feels like, you know, just every week we have these banger series. You know, obviously I think that's because of the matchmakers. You know, we got a good setup at the moment, but you know, we're gonna have
in
to
place for sure. Yeah.
And speaking about the script, it seems like we're going to Circuit Royale next. Here, Rix. You know, obviously, you know, early on we had the shake of hands for the Winston composition. Maybe a bit of Sigma coming through or a Matra on this map, you think? Or
yeah, I mean, certainly this would spell to me that this is going to take a little bit of a different approach. But I will say that I do have an update there. It wasn't necessarily a handshake. That was actually misconstrued. It was Helv calling, or rather asking Winston. Jakaru was kind enough to say yeah. And Helv was like, okay. But that was never actually a handshake. So Helv's off the hook at this point. We're cool with Helv. Nobody has to get the pitchforks. We're cool.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm pissed. I'm peeved. I'm so angry, man. Listen, here, Rix, Raspberry Racers were the ones to win the map, right? I mean, obviously, so they ended up on top over Helv, who was the one to break the code.
Well, the code was never in place, so I'm gonna say right now.
Are you sure? Okay.
Definitively, It's fine. We're all cool. Everything's fine. Nobody's upset. Everything's gelled over. It's nice. Now, though, when we kind of pivot and get into Circuit Royale here for map number 3, as you were already mentioning, yeah, this is probably going to be a little bit of a different approach. I would have to imagine, at least, because when you talk about Circuit Royale, there's obviously a clear precedent that Sigma is kind of the go-to here. There are some other options. Obviously, things like Ramatra, you can still play Winston. That is an option that is still on the table. We have even seen a couple of teams try D.Va. I say try because it isn't necessarily as successful as things like Sigma, certainly, but there is some opportunity here to do some different things, and I think that Ataraxia is a team very well prepared to go ahead and make that pivot, and I imagine that's going to be the case here because I do think that we do have a substitution actually coming in, Helv coming out, and I believe Shira will be coming in for this one, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a good swap if they're doing or they probably will be doing what you said they're doing. And, you know, it is interesting. They mentioned the D.Va and all that kind of stuff, and also Jakaru is still staying in for Raspberry Racers, but, you know, it feels like with, you know, Overwatch in general, a lot of like outside, you know, not players, but like the, you know, fans and stuff will always come through and they'll say like, okay, why did this team not just play this composition 24/7? Why did they not just play dive all the dang time? But on a map like Circuit Royale, you can't really do that, right? Here, it's really hard.
It's tough. Yeah.
I
mean, you just get spaced. I mean, we actually have a very, very clear picture to show anybody that wants to talk about, you know, trying to play that here on Circuit Royale. Just look back at Eichenwald. It's kind of the same problem if there was no other lane to push from other than pushing across the bridge. The problem is that when you dive, you like to set up some of those soft engages. You like to get into position. You kind of like to push that team off of their defensive holds, kind of get some of that utility out early on, and then you go for that killing blow. You go for that hard dive at that stage. It's very difficult to do that on Circuit Royale because everything's long and wide open. So not a lot of opportunities to set up some of those soft dives to get into position. You just take massive amounts of spam pressure. And guess what? The top composition is on this map. Spam pressure. Oftentimes you see things like snipers come out as well. It's virtually impossible, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess nowadays, you know, with snipers, I guess Widow being nerfed, obviously. But, yeah, I hated these maps here. I friggin', when I played Pro, man, I was so many times when you just, like, play against
You're, like, basically a sniper, man.
No, man, dude, but you don't get the scope, though. That's the thing.
That's fair. I'll give you that.
They gotta give Zenyatta like scopes on his like forearms or something like that. That'd be sick. But no, I mean, like, dude, so many situations where like, yeah, you just get picked off, you know, on the attacking side by a sniper or whatever. And you're like, wow, that's awesome. That's cool. I love that. You know, and I always get blamed for it too, man. It's because like you know, you're playing Baptiste Lucio, for example, and you're just trying to cross with the Reinhardt composition, and then, you know, oh my God, you're like 1 second behind your Reinhardt, and boom, you're dead. You know, nowadays I think that a lot of people, a lot of coaches and stuff here, Rix, will say that the game is like not as team centric anymore. It's very, you know, mechanically heavy. Would you agree with that statement? Do you think that the things have gotten a little bit more, you know, okay, individual based? You know, a lot of players just need to pop off.
Yeah, I would say that there's a yes and there's a no to that, right? I mean, as is the case with all types of very complex and deep questions like that. There's definitely yeses, there's definitely nos. I think obviously the first thing that people are going to look to with that kind of conversation is just the absence of the second tank. I mean, just right there alone certainly opens up more opportunity for things like individual plays to be more pronounced. But outside of that, yeah, there are you know, just as many, I think, maybe not just as many, but there are certainly opportunities to talk about this from the other perspective as well. That there is certainly a lot of team play coming in, even now, and it is very, very important and impactful. But you do get to see that compositional duel here. Ataraxia bringing in Shira. They do have that spam composition, a lot of pressure. Raspberry Racers bringing in that Winston-based dive, and we get to see who gets the upper hand. We've already talked about the shortcomings, the pitfalls, the struggles, the hurdles that Raspberry Racers are going to face. Chikaru's definitely facing them.
Oh no, he's feeling it early on. Goes down to 20 HP though. Does have the heals there. Come on, Draco, and you know, now look for the. Oh my God, Alexi! What a shot to open things on the Panster. Amazing work from the Widowmaker of Raspberry Racers, and now Ataraxia have to back up, wait for Panster to come back out of spawn. They've already used the Immortality field in this situation just to avoid the one shot even further. A little bit of pressure from Shira on the main side. Nanabu's already built up. Lauren gets dove on. The heal's not there in time either. The Immortality field was committed early. Gala does get the kill on the Cloud though. Great shot from the Zenyatta with the melee combo as well, but now Immortality field used early again. Anti is there on the Shira, and I guess Raspberry Racers is ignoring our advice about compositional changes. They're just gonna zoom past point A.
Yeah, this is actually the section here, Dustin, that I would be very worried about if I was Raspberry Racers. And they walked right on through it. Ataraxia just suffered at the hands of Alexi with that opening pick. And now Raspberry Racers, we're going to have to see if they can get up onto this high ground. If they can do this, just establishing some early momentum, getting in, getting those opening picks, then they might be able to sail through this attacking phase. And they really shouldn't be.
Alexi over the top, looking for the shot now. Shield pressured already. There's that window from Natlox over the bottom right. Alexi eventually will be killed by Lauren as well. Good shot from him over the top, too. Now, Shira on the inside is trying to pressure out Karu. Surely he won't commit the time away now because he's down 3 members of his team. Gallo finds Gustav. And Raspberry Racers just reset.
Good reset point here for Raspberry Racers. Building into some of those ults. I think one of the things that Raspberry Racers were probably relying on early on, outside of just Alexi just finding someone's head, of course, is going to be that Nano Blade. Andraco a little bit behind here in terms of the generation there, but Nano Blade is a big fight winner against this competition here that Ataraxia have, as long as they can get those rounds and grab hooks or Gala. Those are the two things that I think they're looking out for. Outside of that, though, Raspberry Racers certainly have a card up their sleeve that they're waiting to pull out.
Waiting for it. The Red Flux ready to go. Rally as well there from Gala. Playing back. The Raspberry Racers dive deep, drop engage early with the blade. They go aggressive towards the back pass. They're gone. Natlox gets pressured, but able to live with the rally, and Natlox able to kill Cloud in the sky too. And Raspberry Racers, I mean, they could have potentially gone for a Nano Blade play, built it up in time, but instead they went for the Beat Blade, resulting in them being in a very weird situation now. Gustav though does find Gala, so maybe they're not out of it just yet. I mean, they're able to sustain versus the counter push from Ataraxia. And now Raspberry Racers, they go for a dive of their own early on, force that Immortality field, and Ataraxia gets anti-grenaded as well onto Shira. No Immortality field to save him at this point, or cleanse. Karu able to find one with this Prime with the Nano Boost. Now commits Primal Rage and able to smack past her back to the spawn doors and on the Natlocks too. I mean, that's a 3K with the Primal Rage and Nano Boost. Looking for the stagger kill too, and he gets it. Easily pushed yet again for Raspberry Racers. Now they're moving on to third.
I'm going to give Raspberry Racers some credit there. Every Genji player knows that they are well aware of what timing is on those Nano Boosts. When you see a play like this open up and you know full well that this was not something that Raspberry Racers, you know, didn't know about going into this. They obviously had this fight plan going into it. B played, pulled resources away from Ataraxia. We saw 3 ults invested defensively. Raspberry Racers held that nano boost on purpose to try to be able to go ahead, take that tempo push initially, take the downturn if the blade doesn't get the kills, and then follow up and make sure that they get the second time around. That's exactly what they did here.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a smart play from them. Dragon Strike now over the top with the amplification. Maybe 2 ultimates committed. No kills, though, for Ataraxia's side. Running that Diva onto Alexia. I mean, it's able to get the kill, but Cloud with the deflect kill onto Natlox. Also, with an Ash on the Gauntlet, Gustav finds 1-2. Shira eventually getting peeled off here on the back. Draco actually gets the kill onto the mech, too. But eventually the kill comes through. 3 minutes left now. Raspberry Racers are not slowing down here.
Yeah, and I think that's the last thing Ataraxia and even myself expected going into this. I mean, just having Jakaru means that full well Raspberry Racers is bringing that heat, trying to play that dive, and Alexi yet again finding a headshot there. Raspberry Racers cannot be stopped.
Fuck off. I mean, they're just running Ataraxia away from the Cheng at this point. Nobody else cares. Warp turret out. Run past her again. This seems to be a staple for Pastor, just to run to warp whenever he possibly can. Eventually it will cost him his life, though. Kyra on the payload delays, throws the Diva Bomb out, but there's a Winston bubble as well to zone it. Nobody to kill the Winston bubble to make sure the Diva Bomb gets maximum value. I mean, this is a really fast time so far from Raspberry Racers. The spawn can't come through. Pastor will be back on the Tracer, but gets slashed down by the Genji blading Cloud, and now just Syra on the Doomfist to delay. This is getting rough for Ataraxia. Natlox comes through on the Kariko, but 2 minutes and 8 seconds for Raspberry Racers. They close out.
That's insane. I mean, when you think about a Winston-based composition, being able to push through, I mean, what is the profoundly, I would say, superior composition in the Sigma for most, I would say for most players' perspectives, just, you would say, okay, yeah, maybe they finished, maybe 0 time on the clock, they get there, it is what it is, they made the best of what they had. I mean, over 2 minutes is insane, Dustin, on this map, regardless of the composition. It usually takes teams forever and a day to pull this off, and a lot of teams don't even make the mark. Nonetheless, these picks just prove to be a big deal here, and of course, also on top of that, I love that play midway through, like we talked about, that play, going for the beat play, pulling resources away from Ataraxia, so they had nothing to answer Jakaru with. I mean, we're talking about Jakaru, the player who was just over in NA, morphed Wisp into an insane Winston team, and they finished, what, first, second, if I'm not mistaken, the round robin stage there in NA with him playing on ping. I mean, it's insane what he's capable of.
Wait, so you're saying EU's better than NA then, basically, right? Because obviously they have.
That's what I'm saying, but
no, that's what you're saying.
There's
that's
a lot of evidence to support that.
Out.
I will say historically. I will admit to that.
I'm sure chat will agree, considering most of them, I'm sure, are Europeans watching this game at the moment. We have Ataraxia now on their offensive side. Urix looks like they're playing a similar composition where Jikaru's actually making that flexible change over to the Sigma.
That's probably the most surprising thing that we see today, outside of just the fact that we see a 208 cap by a Winston team against the Sigma, is the fact that Jakaru is actually going to be playing Sigma instead once they swap over the defense. But see what kind of effect this is going to have. Ataraxia, of course, still just loading up that damage. And this is going to be very difficult for any Sigma to deal with, especially one that maybe doesn't have as much time on the hero.
Yeah, that's maybe the confidence they're showing here. It's obviously with Jakaru swapping over to Cloud, able to get the kill on the Gauntlet, maybe just to enable Cloud as well. I mean, the DPSs of Raspberry Racers have generally outperforming Ataraxia's. You know, Immortality felt used early. Lauren gets hit by the rock as well. Has to keep backing up at the same angle. Now will double jump away. Raspberry Racers setting with the advantage. Gala onto that Zen as well.
The thing I'm looking at here is the fact that Raspberry Racers really relying on that Ana in a lot of compositions, including this one. This is very irregular. To see what kind of value they can get. They do get some of those offensive biotic grenades and set up some kills.
Nice shot from Cloud there. I mean, this is just pick after pick at the moment. A lot of pressure being put onto Ataraxia at this corner, right? Cloud still looking for the shot. Hits the body shot off the skybox onto Lauren. Rock eventually comes through too. This is getting tough now for Ataraxia here, I don't know, man.
Yeah, 90 seconds off the clock, even more than that now. Ultimate's built up here. Transcendence nowhere near at the moment. Oh, come on.
Dragon Strike. Alexi finds Lauren too. And just another pick with the Dragon Strike to zone out that back. Alexi finds the kill. Now regroups back towards the team. They do use that amplification matrix at least, but, you know, as did Ataraxia. And look, Coastal side, Gala gets staggered away from his team. 2 minutes left now. I mean, the mental, I got to think about it for the side of Ataraxia. This is getting rough for them.
See Ataraxia backs up against the wall under 2 minutes now. It's over half their time bank. Really struggling to get through this choke point here around that corner, and this is one of the toughest sections of the map to actually get around. And on top of everything, you're going to see Raspberry Racer still in a great defensive position with Undraco there. You can see Biotics raining down on top of Ataraxia, so if anybody gets low, they become very executable.
There's a great flux, nano boost on Jakar to keep him healthy over the top. Half HP though still via the low ground. Gala comes through on the right side flank, but it's Cloud again to find Lauren early on, though Shira able to find on Draco. That's a lot of healing gone, though they still have Gustav here towards the payload, so they should be in a decent spot. Commits rid of the Cox, but everybody walks away from it. And Alexi over the top finds Outlocks, though, so we're able to get these kills onto the supports. Gala over the top, taking some pressure from the rocks, and a lot of that damage coming through. Cloud just, oh my god, pre-fires Gala as he tries to peek around the left, finds two. Cloud, you talked about him earlier here. It's some MVP level performance so far.
Yeah, we don't do match MVPs here in Contenders, but I'm starting to think maybe we should, at least just for Cloud, just this game alone. Maybe we can move back to not having it after that, but for the time being, I mean, come on. 14 final blows, only 3 deaths, was insane throughout this series, regardless of the map, even one that they lost. Raspberry Racers with a big opening pick. It's Draco going down here.
Wait, what? Shabba just goes on through past the choke. Jakaru gets rid of Gala. Nalok also falls, and what was the play there? I mean, Pastor got 2, I guess, with a Torb turret, but when you're relying on Torb turret this heavily, worried what's going to happen here. Raspberry Racers swap to Wrecking Ball to touch the payload as well. 8 seconds left. They're still on that card. I mean, it's not the end of the world for Ataraxia in this situation. They're still regrouped here. Almost getting to the checkpoint. 3 meters left to go, but the shield goes incredibly low. Shira has to back up. Now comes back through towards that cart, getting it into the objective as well. Commits that Molten Core. They get the checkpoint too. Even though Raspberry Racers were getting the kills, they don't touch that payload, resulting in a bit of a Charlie Niner.
Oddly enough, Jakaru just made fun of them for this in the chat. Literally minutes ago. I mean, 4 minutes ago to be exact, Jakaru wrote in the chat about this exact same thing, made fun of Ataraxia, but here we are in the same situation. I would say arguably worse here for Raspberry Racers, because this one actually counts, but we'll have to see if it amounts to anything here, as Ala holding onto that Transcendence. Ataraxia in a pretty decent spot in terms of economy.
With the slam, also the Dragon Strike follow-up forces that Transcendence and Immortality Field out of Ataraxia. Graviton Surge being built by Shira. Shot still over the top angle is Cloud, and he actually connects onto Gala. At the double jumping away, Lauren does find the trade. Jakara goes slow, but the heals are there into the Gravitic Flux. Shira falls so low, but has the heals to get it off, and actually ends up killing on Draco, who popped his ultimate. Cloud, though, still finds one, though he's traded back immediately by Nalok. Jakara's still here in a 1 versus 3. Eventually, the Turb Turret kills him, too. Ultimate's committed by Raspberry Racers and Ataraxia, but Ataraxia are the ones that come out on top.
I think Ataraxia forced to make some big adjustments here. Raspberry Racers get to go back over to that composition that they love to play. Jakaru gonna go back over to the Hammond, though, instead. Really just bumming me out with that one a little bit, but Ataraxia instead. We still see that Diva, so of course it just makes it a little bit harder for value to be obtained there. See what Raspberry Racers want to do here. I think the big play that they're going to be wanting to go for is just buying time. Just drain that time bank.
Draining the time bank is what they'll try to do, but Amplification Matrix keeps Ataraxia pushing forward. Cloud over the back flank as well has swapped off of the Hanzo onto that Tracer, looking for something in the back, but on the front line, Ataraxia is able to go aggressive, find Gustav and Cloud. Alexi does find Outlocks, but nobody's here to touch, really, just on Draco. But the stagger eventually comes through, and now Ataraxia are into third after pretty much a non-existent defense on that Streets phase here.
Yeah, that went way quicker than I would have expected. Raspberry Racers just only really got 1 or 2 fights, and that was pretty much it. Ataraxia just walked through them. I mean, I think the more pertinent information here is that Ataraxia really shouldn't be here at all. I mean, Raspberry Racers C9 the first point, so that was on them, and that might come back to haunt them in a big way. Ataraxia just stampeding through this section. This Diva's really becoming a little bit of a problem here for Raspberry Racers. Seeing a major drop in the lethality now.
Yeah, I mean, they can just do whatever aggressive plays they want, I guess, with the Diva and you know, some support from Gala potentially. Cloud, though, has to back up towards the health pack on the inside, building towards that pulse. Meanwhile, Lexi's setting up the sniper angle on the back of the map, knowing that Ataraxia is still, you know, finding that cart pressure, just looking to push in whenever Pastor has the turb turret back off cooldown, though. Cloud has built the pulse bomb. Slam comes through early. Now Lux actually gets caught out, pushing into this bottom left doorway after using the immortality code. Chikaru also got the nano boost and is barely still alive, taking a ton of damage, but able to back up. Ataraxia now down one, look to just kind of escape and wait for the Baptiste to come back, but a pulse bomb from Cloud is committed, avoided narrowly too. Ataraxia still setting up, have Natlocks back, but 30 seconds left now here, Rix. I mean, they have some ultimates to work with, but so does Raspberry Racers.
Yeah, Raspberry Racers have the ability to clear the objective too. That might be the more important factor here. Jakaru with mines at the ready, who clears those? It'll be difficult to pull that off. 10 seconds about left on the clock here. Alexi goes down.
Now able to find that. I mean, who clears the Wrecking Ball mines? Who clears the Torbjorn Molten Core? I mean, it's just doing getting a lot of value. Can't really get rid of it. Cloud over the left side flank, trying to go for a dive, but gets shut down by Gala. Jakaru is able to get one with the Wrecking Ball mines, but he does lose his life for it. Somebody has to come through and touch Gustav. Alexi comes back onto the Sojourn, slides on in. Shira is able to find on Draco, and then eventually Gustav. So they also kill Alexi, and now it's Jakaru on the payload to delay. We'll see how long they can do it. If the target focus is good, they might be able to win, but Cloud able to find Pastor. Diva Bomb towards that payload. Jakaru narrowly avoids the damage coming through from that. Eventually, Gala finds Cloud, and Draco will get shut out too, and despite the odds, Ataraxia will actually capture out on Circuit Royale. Urix, we are now tied 3-3. Ataraxia goes back to the offense.
Right back into it. Not a lot of time here for Raspberry Racers to make some adjustments, but there are going to be some necessary adjustments that have to be made here. As much as we saw Alexi popping off, finding those headshots on their defense, it just simply was not enough. Once Ataraxia got the ball rolling, and especially once we saw that swap over to the Diva, it was just so much more difficult for Raspberry Racers to contend with, because they were really relying on some of that lethality. And obviously, that just goes right out the window as soon as you throw in things like swaps over to Kiriko, but especially a swap onto Diva. You look at some of those maps that Diva is really strong on, it's insanely low kill counts, because Diva just makes it so much harder to get any kind of kill rolling.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so good from Shira, right? It just seems like for Ataraxia, they're going to stick with it too here, considering they played the Sigma first. I mean, you like that, right? Just them sticking with this comp that's working?
I mean, at this point, I think that's the best bet going forward. It's odd that we talked about it beforehand, about the fact that we've seen a couple of teams try the Diva and we made fun of it, but now it seems to be maybe the win condition here for Ataraxia, the fact that they can go this route, and Raspberry Racers seemingly don't have an answer. But this first section of the map, this could be a little bit different here. We're going to see a little closer to a mirror. I definitely wouldn't go the Diva approach for the first section. It has a lot of the same problems that you see with Winston.
Yeah, probably. It's a bit too long. You know, now, Raspberry Racers sitting at the back of the map, have Alexi and Cloud still pumping out damage. But this is the same problem that Aaron ran into earlier, like you said. These long sidelines that Alexi and Cloud are able to take full advantage of, though. No kill found just yet. Gala, knowing the pressure that Alexi puts down on everybody, he's just looking for those kills early on, not even doing any heals. He's trying to find him with the kunai over the back. Does hit one shot onto him, but have to hit two in a row. Both teams kind of just playing it slow at this choke underneath the bridge. Raspberry Racers looking to stop the payload, and they have to keep backing up. Cloud trying to find the value with the shots across the map. Lauren's able to get the pressure forward. Suzu used early. A little bit more immortality so they can push up over the back, and it's just constant pressure on Raspberry Racers. They're continually backing up at the moment. Shield almost goes down for Jakaru. Gala does take an anti-grenade, but can just wait it off, though. Cloud hits the shot over the top. Fantastic shot from Cloud. Gives him that early kill. No more Kiriko available here now, and Draco comes from this bottom left side. Does have the nade ready to go. Looks to land it onto the Sigma, and in fact connects it, but down to 27 HP. Narrowly lives with his life. Cloud is able to find Shira with the amplification matrix from Gustav, and now it's the Torbjorn here on this payload to try to delay it. Ataraxia have no more members here and Raspberry Racers will eventually shut them out to now move over to offense.
3 minutes, a lot of time to work with, but a very conservative defensive approach. You look at the strategy that we saw them have. They had double sniper on the defense, and they gave up that long kind of street right off the bat. I mean, immediately backed off to the backside of the corner, gave a ton of space over to Ataraxia. We saw some serious distance covered in what was mostly overtime, but certainly throughout the duration of the 1 minute that they had allotted. So work still cut out for Raspberry Racers here because of that conservative approach, but they still got that fight win, and that is important. I mean, certainly you wouldn't want to give that up because then it's all a momentum game. And yeah, we saw what happened with Ataraxia once point A got taken last time, so we wouldn't want to see that happen again for sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was rough. Why you got to bring that up here? They're still going through it at the moment, man. Come on. Give them a little bit of break here. Come on now. 3 minutes, though. Hurix on the offensive side. You know, it's a lot of time to work with to capture this first point, especially with how freaking Cloud and Alexi been playing. I say that work is still cut out for Raspberry Racers, but it's certainly the same on the other side, Ataraxia. I like this setup, actually, from them. We see them going with the Ramatra, which is very irregular, despite Ramatra being a strong pick in general. But this is going to take more time away from Raspberry Racers to force Ataraxia out of this position. Okay, maybe not too much time. I like you to swap over to the Echo, and it just counters everything we're thinking of for Ataraxia. Nice kill from him early on as well, so, you know, now it seems like Ataraxia just looking to delay. Nade comes through. Immortality felt perfect from Gala. Kyra's going to swap back over to the Sigma, though. Just give up immediately on the Ramatra. But they're able to get Cloud on the right side of the spawn. I mean, that's a great opening kill for them, as they did lose early on. Jikaru takes some pressure, though, has the pocket there from the Mercy. Gala gets staggered as well as Pastor. And eventually they get figured out. That was an interesting kill they got on the Cloud, but eventually they're just going to have to back up and play him on Shira.
I mean, if you think about this from the other perspective, though, I mean, it's 40 seconds off the clock that you otherwise really wouldn't have been able to get much value out of, because Raspberry Racers would have been pushing around the corner and just would have taken some time. I mean, certainly not 40 seconds plus, though, so still kind of a win for Ataraxia, despite it not going at all how they wanted it to. But nonetheless, they can push forward and start to hold this front corner, and this is that dangerous corner that we saw Raspberry Racers holding from.
Nano used aggressive play now from Jikaru. The zone at the back. Used the bubble early, though. Now has the Primal Rage available. Will commit it. Trying to find Gala. I mean, you said it before. Jikaru is an absolute beast with the Primal Rages. Rez also comes through on a Cloud, because he died early game. 100 health he falls to, but is able to live. Eventually, the Molten Core comes out to zone back away. Copy, though, onto Alexi. Gives him the value to sit in the back. Also, eventually finds the kill onto Shira. Pastor goes aggressive, knowing his Sigma's down. Gets one, gets two, but eventually his life gets traded out. I mean, that could be actually not bad for Ataraxia here.
Yeah, not too bad. There at least is an opening. There's a window of possibility for Ataraxia to get back in here. They have ultimates at the ready. They have to go down and touch. May is perfect for the job and has Blizzard to back it up as well.
Lauren does use that ice block early. Avoid some of that damage. Also, Gravitic Flux committed from Shira. Does it actually connect? No. Onto nobody. So it goes to a little bit of a waste, but Gall is able to find Alexi. As long as they find these picks here, they're not in a bad spot. Anything comes through onto Shira, but Cloud desperately needs to find the kill. Lauren eventually runs him down. 45 seconds here, and they're looking for more. I mean, Jikaru's going to get staggered too.
Yeah, this does not bode well for the offense right now. Raspberry Racers.
This is... Here it just keeps happening. It feels like Raspberry Racers like play with their food almost. I mean, Ataraxia's, they've worked their way back into it.
I mean, in a big way too, because look at what they have as well. They have Sound Barrier, they have Blizzard. How do you deal with that? You just really can't, unless you get some big picks and really play off of the res from Gustav here. It becomes nigh on impossible.
That's over the top, trying to find that pressure. Amplification makes committed. Oh, Cloud! Okay. Over the right, that's what you needed him to do. It's poked down low, but has the Valkyrie to keep him healthy as well. Ataraxia is still sitting with that beat. Like I said, Dragon Strike committed. Beat drop also here. Lauren to zone. With the Blizzard half into overtime. The Blizzard eventually will run out, but Pastor found Cloud. I mean, that's big. That's a lot of the damage for Raspberry Racers gone. Pastor also finds on Draku. Eventually, Alexi finds Pastor, but Shira's already found Alexi. Lauren commits the kill onto Jikaru, also onto Gustav, and switching to May has worked out for them, and also whatever the heck they did on this map, it was absolutely wild. Ataraxia will take Circuit Royale after that was a Cloud Fiesta, Urix. What the hell?
Yeah, pretty close to it. I mean, especially when you think about how unfortunate the circumstances are in general as well. I mean, Ataraxia shouldn't have capped point A on their first attack at all, and yet it still happened. Jakaru made fun of them initially for having that little mess up towards the end, said so the Cloud9 and a little bit of a C9er there, but that's actually what allowed Ataraxia to come out and win. So if I'm Ataraxia right now, I'm talking as much smack as possible. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing, man.
God. What did he say? The exact quote. I mean, he typed the chat. This is the problem, man. Typing chat's not the play here. It's like, listen.
Yeah, leave it out until you win, man. Just maybe leave it out a little bit.
Well, you got to respect, like, I guess, like, at least talking while the series is going on, but they did talk while they were up. Right, everybody acts tough while they're up. Luka
they were on a high
quote.
For sure. That was a good. I mean, we were talking about that attack initially too. 208. That's an exceptional time. We saw, Jkar and the rest of the team there. But
I don't talk in chat here. I just don't. Like, I talk in person. It's easier,
like
honestly.
I feel like you do a little bit though. You know what I mean?
I mean, maybe a little bit. It's fun for us, but I'm just saying, like, it's. I don't know. I don't see the viability in the trash talk there. It doesn't. Whenever you type to somebody, you don't have the infliction. You don't have the infliction. It's very important here, Rick. As somebody that's yelled "Cruz is a feeder" on stage, it's the infliction. It's how you use the vocal cords. A part of it, right? It's just this whole thing. Now, next map, Esperanza is the one we're going into, and like you said, I'm sure Ataraxia are thinking of what Raspberry Racers said on Circuit Royale. They're feeling good. Up 2-1 in the series. They're at that map point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they have to be feeling good right now, especially after the way that last map went. But yeah, I mean, again, you're talking about a team that is towards the bottom end of the standings right now. And we talked about the importance of getting things rolling now as opposed to later, because you are going to run out of time quickly. We've seen that from teams in the last few round robin stages that we've had in the past as well, where, they start hitting a stride later into the round robin, but it's just too late at that point. So obviously, both of these teams trying to get out of the rut, and Ataraxia, I think, feeling good about their chances now.
Yeah, it's longer. It's longer too, right? Because I mean, Contenders teams with their coaching, it's obviously, it's still decent to a level, but it takes longer for these Contender players to kind of figure things out. Like I said, maybe like a week or two, where compared to Overwatch League, I guess, like those guys figure it out within a couple weeks. If they
have a lot of time with the patch, I'll give them a little bit of a defense for the Contender side.
They are babies comparatively to Contenders. Contenders are the true heroes, right? They're the ones actually competing out here with basically live patch, right? I mean, it's like nearly the same as what everybody else is playing here, Rix. I mean, I want to hear your take on this here, Rix. Okay, what do you? I know you don't like this that much, but what do you think about? I'll put you on the hot seat here. Do you think that Contenders players, instead of playing on like this PTR, like at times playing a patch behind public, do you think that's a good thing, or do you think they should be playing on live patch 24/7 to give the most accurate representation of the game?
Oh, no. I think with the way it's set up right now is perfectly fine. I think everybody would lose their minds if they had to swap mid-tournament to a live patch. There's no way. Yeah,
I would love it, though. I'm all for chaos here.
Path the Pro has done a good job. We have to make no changes necessary. It's fine.
We've been doing the job, but we could be doing. The thing is, here, we've been doing a good job, but we could be doing a worse job, right? And that's the way I look at life. Anytime you do a good job, you could be doing even worse, right? That's a weird worldview, man. That's a weird worldview, man. I'll tell you that. It is. I'll be honest. But obviously, our next map, like I said, Esperanza. Both teams happy that we are not on the live patch, or not continually going forward with those patches. And obviously, this map is a very good one for a lot of these Winston comps that we saw earlier from Jakaru. So, I mean, do you think Raspberry Racers have a chance to get back in the series on this map?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you look at what this team is obviously capable of, and you think about, okay, what compositions are strong on this map? Well, I would say Winston, pretty solid. You can still play things like Ramatra. I would imagine that they're pretty solid there as well. There's certainly a lot of options, I think, at Raspberry Racers' disposal at this stage with a map like Esperanza. And when I look at this one, I think the only concern that I have in my mind is whether or not Jakaru is going to be going for the Winston. We know what this team can do when they play the Winston compositions. That is a very strong composition here. So if I'm Ataraxia and I'm thinking, okay, preparation, getting ready for this matchup, that's the one thing I might want to avoid potentially, depending on scrim performance, which I don't have personal access to for these two teams. But yeah, that would be the main concern that I would have here for if I was Ataraxia. But either way, they're going with an interesting approach of actually keeping Shira in, which I think leans us into a very specific style here for Ataraxia, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, just going to lock that Diva. It's been working, though, right? Like, it seems like Bolt, it's tough. I guess, Halv now on the bench. For Shira, I mean, he's figured things out, it feels like, right?
Oh, yeah, big time. I mean, especially with the Diva composition, really mitigates a lot of the lethality, certainly helps to deal with some of the pressure, still gives you that opportunity to go ahead and, make some of those big, dive play style of things happen. But again, I think Ataraxia just want to play this slow and slave. That's the big play here, I think, for them. And it worked out for them so perfectly once we saw them swap to it on the last map. So why not go ahead and just give it a rip? I mean, you're on match point, make the play.
Yeah, and they're just playing it slow, like you said, towards that robot. A lot of pressure coming through from Pastor. I mean, just keeping Pastor as well in the Torb seems to be a play for the side of Ataraxia. I mean, he's just been kind of pumping on the Torb so far. Meanwhile, they're able to find a Cloud early on. Lauren, by the way, making that May swap has been huge for them too. I mean, Cloud's removed. That's a lot of the damage gone. We were talking about, we were seeing Cloud's praises earlier. He's already out early on, and now Ataraxia will take advantage. They have slow healing, though, with the Kariko and the Lucio. So they're kind of behind, even though they're still up in players, they're kind of behind in the healing department at the very least. As they try to now push forward, look to dive onto Jikaru on the right side. They're able to find him, find the stagger kills so late. Pastor finds 2, make it 3. Tyler also connects for 4, and Ataraxia are in the driver's seat at the moment here.
Yeah, stampeding at this stage, and this is what we're talking about with this play too. Just playing it slow and safe, looking for that opportunity to find that opening pick. As soon as they got it onto Cloud, that's when you can make that pivot. That's what makes D.Va so exceptional in a lot of cases, is the versatility that you get. You can play defensive, you can look to mitigate pressure, and then you can really go ahead and go for the jugular, and that's exactly what Ataraxia are looking to accomplish here. You can see them, again, making that adjustment. Now it's slow and steady, wins the race again, and they've got that opening pick, so now it's time.
Oh, no. Karu. I mean, obviously, Skyra's throws the Diva Bomb out here as well after losing mech. Man, they got the checkpoint. Urix.
That's early, too.
That's early. Man, this is rough for Jakaru after talking trash on the last map, man. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, definitely not a position I would personally want to be in. But Raspberry Racers are in a good position, at least to take this next fight. The defensive position is solid for them, but they are going early and fast.
Ooh, Blizzard committed. Jakaru gets the nano boost. Alexi, though, with the overclock. It's Lauren. Nice job from him to find the kill. Shira also went aggressive. Nano boost only committed with that overclock from Alexi. Meanwhile, Ataraxia committed the U-bomb earlier and the Blizzard. But it's Raspberry Racers to come out on top at 70 meters. That is a large amount of advantage that Ataraxia have now.
Yeah. Massive, especially when you consider that getting through these chokes, away from these bridge sections, very difficult. And Raspberry Racers literally have to race their way through them and utilize it to their advantage here. Jakaru on the Winston certainly helps them. Definitely a strong character in this section of the map, being able to go for those quick and easy high ground resets, but we're going to need some Raspberry Racer lethality to happen very quickly, and there you go.
Yeah, Shira gets removed before the beat can even land to save him. Pastor as well, the Mark 4 able to find on Draco at the very least, so they're kind of bringing it back to some degree, but Gustav finds Shira out of the mech. Karu with the Primal eventually finds Pastor. They commit the rally too in this fight, as well as the Primal Rage. A lot of ults committed for Raspberry Racers, but they do come on top.
And if I'm Ataraxia, I'm kind of curious how they are going to be able to deal with Raspberry Racers. Once Raspberry Racers start building up these ultimates like we saw them actually able to do, and what has been the turning point here, Ataraxia can't really play as slow and steady as they would like, because Raspberry Racers are going to get so much value out of their position, and it just becomes kind of like a burger flip scenario, right? Like a 50-50 coin flip, and that's never the strategy you want to go for.
Yeah, they're not taking it well at all right now. I mean, Pastor gets picked off by Cloud on the right side flank, and you know, now with that pick, Raspberry Racers, they get this checkpoint surely. Yeah, they're almost getting it, contesting it at the moment, actually, before it touches entirely. The May was there temporarily, and also they're still touching it with the members of their team Ataraxia's side, but eventually it will get through. Nade connects, Cloud finds Natlock, Scala also falls, and a little bit sticky there on Jakaru, but Raspberry Racers look to take the advantage again.
Oh, that is a crucial D-mech as well.
Dude, I don't like this, like, Kiriko comp, right? Like, doesn't Kiriko Lucio, like, kind of outdated? Like, it's like they're lacking the healing, right?
Okay.
I'm not, what? I'm serious. It's like, they don't have the big, they're always behind, right?
Yeah, certainly in terms of healing output, you would imagine, but I think it's mostly just due to the utility. I mean, obviously, we know Suzu is just so strong, can be used to cleanse, but Raspberry Racers are setting the pace, they're setting the tone, and when you're playing with that Kiriko, you're kind of playing to answer, which is not what you want to do. Here you go.
Well, now they can go aggressive with the Kitsune Rush, but you get the Nano Boost out onto Jakaru, who's built that Primal Rage up as well. Overclock over the top of Lexi, able to get a turret. Cloud via the low ground, find Lauren, and also Natlocks too, so another stagger kills, and Ataraxia are kind of falling apart at the moment.
Yeah, Raspberry Racer is going to be able to not only take the lead, what was an insane lead to start with, 70 meters of difference. Now they've taken it and they're extending it, and they're going to actually get quite a lot of value out of this, I would have to imagine, because we still see Jakaru ready to go with that Primal Rage. Ataraxia have some tools to outlast with, but you've just been seeing Raspberry Racers really getting some blood on their teeth in the last few fights.
Jakaru jumps back up to the high ground. I mean, they've been doing great from this position over the top. I mean, Ataraxia now try to push in, but against the nade, do avoid it narrowly. Lauren, though, falls to Cloud, who had to go aggressive with the slide. A lot of pressure being thrown onto Cloud, too, but he has the healing from on Draco over the top. Gala looking for the trade kill, but the nade is eventually there. Pastor able to find Alexi something. Feed drop also committed from them, so they're even so far. Kyra goes very aggressive because he has the Diva Bomb, drops it off the high ground. Gustav has to shield it up. Toward now. Car with the Primal Rage looking for a kill. Eventually will make his way back up to the high ground. Cloud finds one, but he's traded immediately by Lauren, who is now back in the team fight. Rally committed from Gustav here as well, so they're looking to still win this fight versus the side of Ataraxia, but with the Torbjorn turret and the rest of Ataraxia is still somewhat healthy. They built up the Kitsune Rush. Raspberry Racers kind of have to look for kills over the backside. They do so onto Gala, but Lauren does trade it back. Alexi does fall. So you have some pressure from that Sojourn still, though you're missing a lot of heals. Shira goes so low, and Jakaru just takes advantage. He just presses on forward, grabs the Mega Health Pack. Shira also loses the mech, and Raspberry Racers win this team fight, although the robot is still moving.
This is a good play from Natlocks. I mean, just making sure that they can go ahead and reset that cart. That was a lost fight. Natlocks gets away completely scot-free. I mean, no problem at all whatsoever. So no ground gain, but they also go ahead and reset that spawn point. That is also important here. So Ataraxia got a ton of value out of that fight, even though they lost it. Now they still need to win, though, because they still have ground to cover.
Yeah, they still got to win here. I mean, they've got so much ground to cover. Lauren able to get found by Jakaru, who came over the right side flank. Shira as well goes for that dive, gets on Draco, but Gustav has already peeled off Pastor with the Morton Core. I mean, it's super easy to avoid at this point. Gala is trying to find the kill without his team, but cannot. Natlocks also gets found too. 2 minutes left now for Ataraxia, and they committed the Kitsune Rush in that fight.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all for Ataraxia right now. We see the swap over to the Ana now.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about, man. Like, why were they running this Lucio Kiriko? It's just not good here. It's like, honestly, it's just outdated, right?
Kiriko hater right now?
No, it's good with certain comps, but just like, they just lack the healing, I feel like. I don't know, unless they're playing a lot more aggressive or something like the Ramacha Brawl. I don't know, but you know, Ataraxia looking to play at their own choke point, whereas Raspberry Racers, I mean, they don't got to do anything, right? Ataraxia, the onus is on them, right?
Oh, yeah, big time. Ataraxia need to step up to Raspberry Racers, and Raspberry Racers are the team now that can kind of just kite, disengage, force things out of Ataraxia, then go ahead and make their big shift to being the aggressive side. See, Raspberry Racers might be right now. In fact, overclock, but they're not pushing with it. They're waste of time. It's fine.
Yeah. They just play over the OP angle, right? Just playing the part of the map that everybody knows. You know, when the defensive has it, you just You can hold for so long. Now Lost gets found by Alexi. Lauren also gets staggered. 50 seconds left. Ataraxia just can't figure it out at the moment, man. 97 meters in Raspberry Racer's favor. And, my God, they have so many ultimates too here.
I love that Raspberry Racers have defined the fact that they are so much more advantaged by playing back where they have been on that high ground. I talked about it before, especially with these Winston-based compositions. The ability to hold onto this high ground, the ability to have Andreko playing from it, to have that help from Gustav, the reset ability from Jkaru as well to just go back up into that position, get a health reset, be able to counter dives that come in as well. It's just so strong for Raspberry Racers.
Yeah, that nano was already used so early because, like I said, it's just such a tough spot to fight from for the attacking side. Now they only have a Diva Bomb to work with and a rally soon, but Raspberry Racers has everything. 3 seconds left here as well on the clock. We're about to enter overtime, and now we do. Copy comes through from Cloud. Jkaru with the Primal Rage able to find Lauren. That's already one with the copy. Diva Bomb 2, and then the slam dunk from Cloud on the Natlocks. Nobody else here for Ataraxia. Raspberry Racers will close out on Esperanza and bring us to map number 5.
Dominant finish from Raspberry Racers as well, and I think Jkaru needed that. You know, we're not certain of that, but we're gonna make it up and just you know, we're going our own way right now with the narrative, because when you talk that smack, you get that devastating loss back on Circuit Royale. You need a way to get back into the series, and this is definitely a massive morale boost and a confidence boost, one that I think Raspberry Racers were keen on finding.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right now, going to map number 5, they, you know, I will say they did lose the first control, though I guess, you know, both teams were kind of confused what they want to run. You know, and now for Ataraxia's side here, it's like, do you think they think about something back in Hell for the control map?
I think that's the smart play, but it really, I think, depends on just what map they want to go to. Obviously, there's a couple of options still here in the pool, so yeah, there are certainly maps that I would say Hell. I would say more often than not, I would want Helven here, but there's a couple of maps where maybe you play Shira, depending on if you want to play something like Ramatra or not.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see something like that moving forward. Depending, I think it's really map dependent, like you said. So we'll have to see what happens there in just a bit. But obviously, Hurix, you know, in that series, for Raspberry Racers, they just kept abusing that high ground on Esperanza. This is kind of why, you know, people at Esperanza don't like the map that much, because it's just always that really OP angle you can play from on top of the bridge, just so continuously. And now, obviously, for that number 5, we'll have to see it in just a bit. It's very, very good series so far. Like you said, you called it earlier on. I mean, this is a barn burner so far. 2-2. Map number 5 is the difference maker. Coming up in just a bit, guys. So we're going to a short break. Before that, map number 5, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You like solving problems. Problems like how to stop that tracer from deleting your backline. I know just what you're thinking. Go bring a turret. But y'all can't solve all your problems by simply bringing an extra friend to the battlefield. For that, you need the Contenders Torbjorn skin. Solve your problems by connecting your Battle.net account to Twitch. After that, watching Overwatch Contenders Summer Series will contribute to your drops progress, letting you claim your Overwatch Contenders Torbjorn skin. Even your turret gets an upgrade. Warning, the Overwatch Contenders Torbjorn skin does not come with extra or upgraded turrets. Build instructions will not be provided. By picking Torbjorn, you waive a claim towards any destroyed turrets. No refunds, no exchanges, and no take-backsies.
Welcome back, everybody. We're headed into that map number 5 between Ataraxia and Raspberry Racers. Now, Hurix, obviously, the last one went in favor of Raspberry Racers, so Ataraxia are looking to change some things. In fact, they're going to bring in back Helv, which map number 1, it worked out for them. They're going to bring it back, obviously, for the next map, which is coming up in just a second.
Yeah, changing things by going back to what worked, right back to the OG. Ataraxia took map number 1, which was Busan. We go back over to, I mean, all 4 maps available in the control map pool there because we did start with Busan. But Ataraxia bringing Helv back in, this makes a lot of sense because we are headed to Lijiang Tower for map number 5, the decider in this series, and could potentially be a major factor as well in terms of who winds up making it into that playoff bracket. This game is actually oddly very important this early on.
Oh yeah, I mean, both teams desperately need to win this series, and you know what better map to do it on than Lijiang Tower, right? There's a lot of versatility that we could see. Obviously, Alexi has shown earlier to be a really good Echo player too, and you know alongside Cloud on the Tracer. And now for Ataraxia's side, you know, every time it seems like I feel like I count Ataraxia out, they just always come back, right? On Circuit Rail specifically, like we both counted them out here. I mean, they were just about to lose, and then one of the world's biggest Charlie Niners happened, resulting in them eventually winning the match.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely counted them. I won't even lie about that. That looked like it was going to be going the other direction for sure. Raspberry Racers, I'm sure, also want that one back. They don't want to be put in that position where they're in a map 5 decider, not their map pick. Who knows what could happen? Ataraxia also won that first control map, so they're obviously feeling a lot better with the way that they concluded their map number 4, but now things are back uneven playing field. I believe when you go over to a map like Lijiang Tower, things really even out. The surface is definitely level at this point, and the stage is definitely set. Raspberry Racers, we know kind of what to expect from them. There are no other tanks on the roster, so certainly we're looking at things like Winston to be very prominent for them, as opposed to the other side with Helv, who knows, but I imagine certainly the Winston to be the feature for them there as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Helv obviously continually played that, and you know, on the side of Ataraxia, they're also playing that Torbjorn too, like just continuously. Like I don't know, just it seems rough for Pastor. I mean, to play anything besides the Torbjorn, but you know, Raspberry Racers have figured it out here, kind of, right? It seems like on the previous maps, whenever Pastor's playing that Torb, they're just able to eventually shut him out, just take that turret down first, and then get rid of him. It should be easier, I guess, on control, right? To run the Torbjorn 24/7.
You would have to imagine that it should be a little bit easier. I mean, certainly with the way that maps are set up, and it's obviously all very symmetrical, very neutral in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
I would expect that Torb should be able to get a little bit more value should we see it, but I think the more important actual thing to talk about here might actually be things like Sombra or even potentially Mei. We've seen those poke their heads out in a couple of different times in this series, and there are some sub maps here that might actually see a lot of value gained from either of these teams pulling that kind of stuff out, and I'm curious to see if we get more of that as opposed to just the Torb that we've certainly seen quite a lot of, and I expect to see here on this control map as well.
Yeah, I think you're right to expect it. I think this is, you know, obviously one of the maps that you could run that Mei on, but, you know, maybe when it comes to Night Market and Gardens, you could mix it up potentially, but, you know, Lauren so far has been stellar. Meanwhile, for Raspberry Racers' side, you know, what do they want to do here? Helv looks like he's going to be playing that Reinhardt 2 to start things off.
Yeah, Helv, I think, you know, we did actually talk about this at the very beginning too. It just made a point to mention that Helv, definitely one of the better Reinhardts, long-standing player here in Contenders EMEA. I remember following him years ago and just the dominance that he asserted with the Reinhardt, some of those Symmetra teleport Earth Shatter setups, just absolutely crazy when he was back there on Obey Alliance way back in the day. But nonetheless, they're pulling it back out again. This is maybe the only time we could potentially see that Reinhardt come out and be in a good spot. So we'll have to see if they can pull it.
Yeah, you're right. And, you know, Jakaro on the side on the Winston, so classic matchup on both sides. Wall comes through to zone out that early dive from Jakaro. Gustav's able to find Helv, though, in the White Room. Nice work from Gustav and the rest of Raspberry Racers to take down the Reinhardt of Ataraxia. Now they're down health, so they can't contest that point either. Raspberry Racers take that point first and just need to back up.
Unfortunately, a slow start here for Ataraxia.
Wait, what?
Oh, they're coming back into this.
Back. Yeah, they just speed boost back in without Helv, and Helv's back now on the Winston. Pastor's able to find on Draco as well, and it looked like Ataraxia was out, but they just come back, shut down Jakaru. Helv goes solo on the outside, but surely these stagger kills come through. They have that point flip too. Alexi goes down. Gustav on the coastal side trying to back up and avoid death as well, and now Raspberry Racers, they're on the back foot, and Ataraxia are in control.
This is also kind of a get-out-of-jail-free card as well for Ataraxia, because they started off on a less than ideal composition, and now they're kind of getting themselves out of it. Jakaru down again.
He's dead again. Oh no. Karu going back to the spawn doors once again. Ataraxia now have that amplification matrix here. Cloud has been a savior before. Could he do it again?
I'm definitely looking at Cloud here. You're going to be seeing a lot more marking taking place as well from Ataraxia's point of view. You can see them constantly looking for that tracer, seeing if they can find it, and they do!
Oh my god, Cloud just back and forth between the name and the 12-year-old to get shut out by Pastor. Jakaru goes in with an Enabus, gets frozen by a blizzard from Lauren. It does cost him his life, but Pastor from across the map now ends up with 3 in this fight. Draco also gets staggered too. 60% now on the board for Ataraxia.
Really great start from Ataraxia. You still see that Bone Core available for Pastor as well. Those defensive options, especially having Natlocks, Sound Barrier at the ready. This just is setting up so nicely for Ataraxia as long as they can keep finding answers to some of those flanks, especially from Cloud.
Oh, goes aggressive. Zones off that choke. Cloud, like you said, oh my god, just finds an opening pick. Alexi with the follow-up too. Raspberry Racers now look to close things out. Cloud just tosses the pulse bomb out towards where the May was about to come to ice block. Pastor does find Alexi, but will go down towards that point. They built up 90% of the board with Helv's Primal Rage. They could kind of delay a bit longer, but they will give up the point surely in a second. Eventually, Natloss comes through to delay up to 98. They get 98, but not 99. Have to back up now and regroup. Oh, and Lauren!
Oh, that is...
Oh my god!
That is an absolute dream scenario. Ataraxia, they're going forward again.
Is pushing towards that point. Helv gets antied and slowed down temporarily, but the beat drops. Ataraxia, May player of Ataraxia, has been playing so damn well. Jakaru does eventually with the Primal Rage get Natlox off the map, comes back through for Lauren's side, so they do get that trade. Still have the point as well under the control, but they have to commit the overclock now too in towards this team fight that was surely a team fight win. But eventually they commit a little bit too many ultimates. Pastor again finds the kill on the Cloud, who went too far.
I mean, Jakaru really kind of saved the day for Raspberry Racers there. I mean, Natlux had Sound Barrier. That was very obvious going in. The only way to deal with that is to keep that Lucio airborne, and took him airborne all the way off the map, and now they've reset economy a little bit. Jakaru with the boost as well, looking to find some kills.
He's getting a lot of cleave on that front, building towards that Primal, but allows Alexi to find the kill on the Passer before the beat can even come out from Natlox. Pulse bomb committed from Cloud here too, into the bubble. Natlox lands right on top of it too, 80% on the board. Ataraxia need to die quick or it's GG for them. Lauren will get stagger picked here, 85%. I mean, they're looking to just save Gala here on the left side. Cloud just stands still for a moment, gets sucked by Gala, and he gets killed, 91% of the board. They have a recontest, but it is against Gustav's beat.
Top of that, Cloud is going to be down, so we'll have to see if Gustav's beat can last long enough for Raspberry Racers to get everybody back and also into a favorable position.
Wait.
Here they go, though.
They try to touch the point core here. Gala with the Coalescence eventually runs out. So does Helv's Primal Rage. Gets booped away. Helv! What a primal punch on the Jakaru, who is desperately trying to touch. And they win round number 1.
I think we also saw a boop in there, and I'm just going to say that's what happened as well, because Natlox needed some revenge for getting tossed off the map earlier. What a big play from Ataraxia, just again, in a situation that seems unwinnable. They find some kind of way. Raspberry Racers work their way back into the series, but it was Ataraxia that ends with the upper hand for sure. But I still think some questions left unanswered here for Raspberry Racers. rather Ataraxia, despite being up 1-0, is, again, how do you deal with Cloud? Can you keep marking? Can you keep finding that way to shut down some of those flanking lanes? Obviously, before we saw Pastor dealing with it a lot of times with Tor, but you don't have that now. They're going the other approach. It's that Sombra that we talked about, as well as a Tracer actually coming out from Pastor.
Yeah, I guess so. Now, Raspberry Racers are the ones that have to be paying attention to those flanking lanes, like you said. Having Cloud on the Echo, gets the grenades off on the inside of Natlox, gets him so low. Lauren also gets slept on the back, but no kills just yet for Raspberry Racers, although they have forced some cooldowns out. Now Pastor has to go back towards that point. It is now unlocked too, so both teams trying to figure out what to do at this point. They do send one member of their team on Raspberry Racers to go contest the point, but everybody else here is still stuck on that bridge. Jakaru has to jump back too. Ataraxia have all of the advantage here, control the dojo room too. Almost get that point flip. In fact, they do, but it does result in Cloud getting the first kill on the inside angle onto Natlox. Jakaru combines on to Gala too, who got really low. Eventually, Helv will fall too. Gala is able to find that one kill, but even though they did get the point first, Raspberry Racers win that first fight, and surely will claim the point here.
I think one of the things that I'm going to be looking for here is just Helv. If Helv can stay alive, I think that's going to be the focus for Raspberry Racers, just maybe trying to see if they can get some early pressure up onto Helv, then having Cloud dive in, follow up, get the kill. Ataraxia, a little bit of a race of their own here, keeping Helv alive, obviously, on the other side, but also finding some kills for themselves.
Perfect sticky, and then also with the hack early on by Lauren. Helv gets those 2 kills and 3 final blows. What a recontest from them here.
Yeah, that's crazy that they were able to pull that off, because remember, it's all going to come down to a lot of focus onto Helv, but Helv is the one putting the focus onto everybody else at this stage. And now you see that EMP built up. You see that juggle, that back and forth between Helv and Gala ready to go as well. Primal Rage as well as the Nano Boost, but that EMP, that's the focus.
But they took a little bit too long to set up. Now they go for the EMP. The Nano comes through. Is he off the map? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
What a primal play from Helv after the slide was used from Alexi, so he couldn't recover from that. He's off the map with the Nano Boost. That's no longer here. Cloud has to commit the copy as well. But Helv will run down Gustav too. Copy eventually will run out too. And eventually the Echo has to escape. Jakaru gets staggered. Ataraxia are just keeping it rolling.
That's just that's such an important set of ultimates to just be out of now, and you're seeing even comp swaps to be able to match Ataraxia here. But look, you're down, and in a control map, I'm sure you're more aware than anyone probably. In these situations, when you're on a control map, if you're making these late swaps, you're really desperate at that stage.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're really desperate. It's so hard to recontest here, and it's like you never want to make these swaps mid map as well. Tough to make those calls and those decisions, but they do so. They do flip that point for free, basically, though, and Pastor does get picked up by Draco. Lowen, though, trades it back, and a pause comes through mid-fight of all things, but we are down 1 DPS to 1 DPS at the very least, so even so far there, Hurix, you know, Raspberry Racers just got that point cap for free without Ataraxia even touching?
Yeah, Ataraxia giving that up, I think, was not something that Ataraxia planned for. I would be very surprised if they planned for that, but especially given the fact that they have those ultimates built up, they know Raspberry Racers are playing from neutral here, but...
Wait, what? So, okay, I mean, should I even bring this up? I mean, I'm sure... Helv just couldn't touch the point. He was looking to touch it, but he was getting some lag spikeage from his end. Now we're going to resume the series in just a second as everybody's kind of figured everything out. We're headed back in to the lineup. Immediate Nano Boost used by Gala, by the way, after the unpause. A little bit of unethical gameplay from that aspect, but Karu able to live for now. Rally committed as well on towards that point. But they're using a lot of ultimates just to pressure off Raspberry Racers, keep this point under the control. Draco will go down. Karu able to trade back Natlox in the white room on this side. Pastor's able to find Gustav with Helv, and eventually Jakaru too. Cloud is able to find Gala. The point's still in Raspberry Racers' favor, so they were getting that point up. Eventually, Ataraxia will reclaim the objective, though.
I'm starting to grow concerned for Raspberry Racers here now. I mean, Ataraxia have their backs up against the wall. EMP at the ready, gonna be ready for both sides even, so we might even just see a trade, a 1-for-1 back and forth who can get more value, and it's early.
Oh no, luring onto Gustav, on Draco down. Cloud, could he be a hero? Hangs the pulse bomb, tosses out towards the point. Able to get an outlock. Helm is just shutting out Jakaru on the inside angle, but it does cost him his Sombra's life. Overtime ticks down. Who can touch here? Is anybody there?
Oh!
No! Ataraxia closeout, get the 3-2 victory against all odds. They should have not won today, Herix, but they do. Oh my god.
Circuit Royale stolen. This map also, to a degree, feels kind of stolen as well. I would say certainly much less so than Circuit Royale, but what a performance by Ataraxia to hang in there and against all odds, claiming the win against Raspberry Racers. We talked about the importance at this stage in the round robin as well, especially against teams that you need to get those wins against.
Yeah.
This is a big one for Ataraxia.
It was a banger of a series, man. I mean, there was a lot of... I'm going to be honest here. There's a lot of individual mistakes, I feel like, in this series. You know, I won't individually call them out, obviously, but, you know, with Health not touching the point there, with Circuit Royale, with how that went down with the C9, and then with Ataraxia eventually coming out on top, it was just that was the craziest roller coaster I think we've been on so far this season, so far, the Summer Series. I can't wait to get the interview going, honestly. I mean, obviously, we're seeing that in just a bit, but I don't know what that was like from the player perspective. I can't imagine, Herix, can you?
Yeah, we felt the roller coaster. We felt that back and forth. I'm sure the players were feeling it to a much higher degree as well. But you talked about that interview. Let's go ahead. We'll throw it to a break. When we come back, we'll have that on the other side.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We obviously had an amazing series between Ataraxia and Raspberry Racers, resulting in Ataraxia getting that 3-2 win. We brought in Pastor from the side of Ataraxia for an interview today. I mean, how you doing, Pastor, after that one? I mean, that was from the outside, myself and Herix were sweating. How are you feeling after that series, man?
I mean, it's pretty surprising, honestly. I mean, I just came back from a 2-week vacation as well. So I was like, I mean, I couldn't like go on the Tracer that long because my aim was not there. So we just decided to go for the Torp this series.
Totally fair, man.
So yeah, not planned, that Torb, not something that you guys particularly were scrimming with, just because we were having some conversations about that initially. Just okay, yeah, we know that a lot of teams like to kind of go for the Torb, maybe for certain situations where you're playing against the Winston. It's a decent option if you need it, it's there. It was really just you went on vacation and it was just you kind of had to, because were you really going to play the Tracer without any kind of warm up, kind of thing? Is that what we're hearing, right?
I mean, not only that, it's also that like we basically don't scrim. I think we've had like 2 scrims past 2 weeks as well. I mean, I wasn't there. Ken was playing before me, so yeah, that's basically where we're at. Not much going on.
Well, I mean, you guys got the win today, so not much. I mean, you guys obviously have a lot going on now. I mean, how's the team feeling after that series? Are they kind of in your boat where everyone's just nonchalant? Obviously we saw a little bit of drama, on Circle Royale. I mean,
yeah. I mean, we were thinking that as well, because we saw there was stuff being typed in the chat.
Yep, so, we talked about that on cast too, so that's out in the open now.
Yeah, well, Health just said, guys, full focus, just go in there, don't care about what they say or we're behind. So just, I mean, yeah, we were really surprised we even got circuit, because I was in my, like, to be honest, I was thinking that was over. There's no way we should have won that, but somehow we did.
Now, does this change anything for you guys at all? I mean, you were coming into this 1-3, not a very, very strong start, obviously, with I think it was like a -7 map diff coming out of week 1, but now you get a big win over an opponent that, if you want to make it into playoffs, you kind of have to beat, and you get the win. You didn't expect it, but here you are. Does anything change for you guys here now, or is it just same thing, smooth sailing forward?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much. I mean, next match you'll probably see me. It won't be casted, but I'll probably just do the same stuff. Maybe try some other things. I don't know. I mean, we were just kind of chilling, to be honest.
Where did you end up going for vacation? Can I ask that, or are you just like chill? Just
I went to Italy.
Oh, okay. Ooh. Wait, how was that? How was Italy? You like it?
Yeah, it was very. It was really hot. It was like 40 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it was insane. But luckily we had air conditioning, so we were just bunkered up inside. There's not much going on there. But yeah.
Still a good time though, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
yeah.
Oh yeah, what are you saying?
No, I said yeah. I mean, I also went to like Gardaland at some park over there in Italy. Really fun.
Oh man, yeah, I'm jealous. Honestly, I've never been to Italy. I've never even been to Europe. So honestly, as a North American caster, I get to watch you guys from across the pond. For you guys, Pastor, obviously moving forward, Raspberry Racers, Ataraxia rather. When you guys sub in, Helv or Shira, what's like the idea there? Do you guys kind of plan these things out pre-map, or is it just a kind of matter of feeling? Like for example, after you guys won Circuit Rail and decided to keep Shira in.
I mean, it's mostly just Health, like deciding, since he's our captain, like Team Spain captain as well. So he's just like, yeah, I'm playing this, or no, I'm not playing this. Shira's in, and that's pretty much how it goes. Like when it's like more of an off-tank map, it's a good chance Shira will also play.
That makes sense.
I mean, how much of that kind of stuff is, you guys obviously all trusting in Helv to a degree, trusting each other. How kind of is the level of synergy do you feel like with this team? Obviously, this is a team with a lot of players with a lot of talent, but in order to be successful, which you guys were today, you need more than that, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously moments where you just need to play together, otherwise you're just not gonna end up getting there. But yeah, I mean, it's mostly also just Health calling and telling us what to do. He's micromanaging quite a bit, so I mean that really helps with the teamwork.
Oh, that's a lot of work on Helv's shoulder. I mean, have you guys kind of slowly been taking some of that off of his plate? Obviously, for for you guys, and like you said, Helv's kind of your captain. He's doing a lot at the same time. Have you or anybody else on the team kind of been trying to help him a bit with that aspect?
Well, I mean, I just try to say my stuff with like ult. In terms of ult planning, I'll just say like I want to do this with my ult and stuff. But no, it's a pretty quiet team. I'm not gonna lie. Like compared to other teams I've been on, we're just playing the game. It's just Helv doing his talking. We're just playing, and sometimes we just come in every now and then. That's pretty much it.
That's fair. I mean, it's such a unique, like, it's so different, I guess, compared to some other teams. Well, Pastor, obviously, for you, congrats on the win, man. I mean, what a fun win. Is there anything else you want to say before we let you go?
No, not much. I mean, I had a nice vacation. I'm enjoying the game. So, yeah, let's go.
That's a vibe. That's a vibe. Thank you, Pastor, for coming through. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, bye.
Well, that's Pastor, obviously, Forum Team Ataraxia. Hurix, what a guy, man. Obviously, going to Italy. Getting some vibes in over there. A lot of fun. I'm so jealous, man. I want to go to Italy so bad.
You go and you lounge for 2 weeks in a nice spot, come back and
win.
Just lounge playing some Torb through a series and get a dub. I mean, what an experience, what a life that he's living, right? Let's go ahead though. Let's maneuver. We've of course still got a lot of action yet to come, and we want to make sure that we can fit it all in before NA starts, because at this point, with how these matches have been going, who knows if we'll have enough time. So take a quick look at the standings actually right now, just to kind of see how things have sort of fallen after the first round of the day here at the start of week 2. You still see, of course, Twisted Minds up at the top. That's, I guess, at this point to be expected.
Oh yeah, no, Twisted Minds is an absolute menace in the lobby. It's been so tough for teams to deal with them. They just seem to continue their dominance. Meanwhile, I think, was that off-stream Peps lost their game or something?
Two Twisted Minds, yeah.
Yeah, 2 Twisted Minds, like you said. So, okay, yeah, that matchup happened. I mean, obviously now leading to SRP check, I don't think that changes much for them, right, Hurix, between these two teams. I mean, yeah, obviously you just lost to Twisted Minds, who have, by the way, a monster map differential. But for SRP, it's a totally different team. You're going right from that Farrakhan into now Cloudy and a lot of these Reinhardt compositions.
And funny enough, you could kind of say the same thing about SRP Check. They just had their game that they won 3-2 against Triple Esports. So they're kind of going from the same kind of composition and then transitioning now into this one too. So definitely looking forward to this one. This is a major shift in focus and approach for both teams going into their second match of the day.
Oh, yeah. And obviously for Ataraxia and Raspberry Racers, that was a banger series. We have one more banger series for you guys later on, or literally just in a little bit after the short break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with that Team Peps game in just a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It's myself, Dustin, joined by Hurix today, and obviously we have one more series to go, Team Peps versus SR Peak. I think this was the anticipated matchup for the day, but we did not expect that Ataraxia Raspberry Racers game to go to that map number 5 and be so dang close. But now, a fan favorite Peps coming through against SR Peak for this game, Hurix.
Yeah, definitely. I think absolutely some fans are going to be reignited here. Team Peps definitely firing on all cylinders coming into this summer series. It seems like, although unfortunately they did just suffer a pretty devastating loss. However, it was a Twisted Minds, so let's calm the phones a little bit. Yeah, you get a pass on that one. But let's take a deeper look at Team Peps now, because this is obviously a little bit of a shift from what we're used to seeing from Team Peps. They have made some changes, but I think when you look at this team, it is no surprise why they are performing pretty well so far in this season. However, we do expect some higher highs to maybe befall them later on in this series once we see some things start connecting. But again, you look at this roster and it is star-studded.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you got Molf obviously playing a lot of those just tanks, being a very flexible player. Meanwhile, Hybrid and Naga, right, combining. It's not a bad meta for them at the moment, considering people have been playing a lot of Sojourn. Could see a Hybrid lock that hero as well. And, Peps obviously off to a better start to this season compared to, obviously the spring series with FD God back, in the lineup as well. Peps got to feel confident about that. And meanwhile, I talk about the confidence of Team Peps, but, for SR Peak, they're not in a bad spot here. Because you call it off stream, they played against Triple and got that win. And, they got a really talented lineup that plays a very unique setup too.
Yeah, everything built around Cloudy. If you ever watch any of Cloudy's streams, and sometimes he'll even stream with comms as well, so I would say at some point you gotta check it out. But Cloudy is very much the driver of the bus in a lot of cases where you see Cloudy playing, and I think this is even more so the case here because this feels like the Cloudy project, and you see a lot of compositions that are built for him. You see the Reinhardt coming out in instances where you don't see a lot of people playing this, but you also, of course, will see him defect, I'll call it, to things like Winston or other meta selections if the need arises. We've even seen D.Va come out from SR Peak at times as well.
Yeah, I don't want to see that, Hurix, please. Yeah, why would you bring that up? That's cursed.
I don't think we're starting there, is what I will say.
Yeah, thank God. I remember hearing Dor call that. He's like, Cloudy on the D.Va, what a D.Va bomb or something. Dude, I can't.
Yeah, Blizzard World. Yeah.
Oh my God, man, I can't believe Cloudy played the D.Va at one point and has mainly been locking the line this season, luckily. And, they're off to a great start, though. SR Peak been a consistently good team. Quick, Hurix, SR Peak for you. What's your SR Peak What's your SR? What's your peak? Huh?
Oh, GM1. Right now, GM1.
GM1? Okay, all right, there we go. We heard it first. Hurix is not a plat caster, okay, guys? He's one of the top of the echelon, okay, in terms of.
Well, I will say I'm not top 500 right now, so I mean, let's. Okay. There are a couple casters higher than me, but I am GM1 sitting right now.
Yeah, I wonder if we did like an SRP or SR check of like current casters who would actually come out as number 1 at Contenders. I think you actually would be, out of all the Contenders casters, I think you legit are rank 1. Who's higher than you at the moment? I don't know.
I think the only person that would be you. I think that's the only person at this stage.
I'm unranked. I'm unranked right now, though. I'm unranked. So
that's what I'm saying. If it's not you, then it's probably no one at this point. I don't know.
It can't be. That's you then, I think, obviously. There's no way. Anyway, Antarctic Peninsula, Hurix, will be our first game. First map, rather. And, this is actually not a bad map for both teams. I think both like Antarctic Peninsula a lot, obviously playing similar compositions. Both, I'm sure, are very glad to not be against either Triple or the likes of, well, I guess Triple has been kind of in a bit of a weird spot because they lost Yazan. But definitely not Twisted Minds. I mean, this is one of Twisted Minds' best maps. Luckily for both teams, you're not going to be seeing a lot of that Fair, I imagine, or Echo.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to be seeing things that you used to see from them back in spring series probably come up a little bit more often. And I think the interesting thing here for SR Peak is they pulled a map where they can actually force a Reinhardt if they want to. I'm not saying that it's the best choice, but it's a choice they can make, and one that they've made in the past and made work in the past, which probably is the more important factor there. But as we look to open up here on Antarctic Peninsula, we are going to be seeing These teams go ahead and get ready to clash, and I guess we shouldn't be surprised by the notion that Cloudy is at least starting on a Reinhardt here. We'll have to see if this does stay, but again, it's SR peak check, so there is no surprise if the Reinhardt does actually come out.
Whew. Well, you know, obviously, you're right. Looks like it's going to be locked. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pep's going to be rocking with their Winston. Guys, let us know in chat. 1 or 2. I imagine once we see the predictions, it's got to be in Pep's favor. Most of the fans being there in chat. And, you know, you called it, but no TP out of spawn, actually, for SR peak check.
They're going to go ahead and just use the speed of the Lucio. They probably know that they have that advantage. Team Peps opting for the Winston-based composition. You don't often see the Lucios there unless I guess it's last series with Lucio and Kiriko, which you certainly hated on to a large degree.
Well, this is better, though. No, this is better, man. Like, you just don't play Lucio Kiriko anymore. It's just not a thing. Like, I don't know. But, you know, SR peak check dropped towards that point early on. Pep's already committed the bubble route, too. And Hybrid's looking to lay the objective before it gets capped, but eventually SR peak check cap it out down. Wait, Dana just moved to the high ground alone without his team with a teleporter and, you know, got picked. That's a really big opening for Peps now.
Oh yeah, huge SR peak check going to be playing from that high ground, but they're just going to get dove on 5v4 advantage of Team Peps, and they are taking some names.
Yeah, that's brutal. Eventually they come through to touch point Dala. That was good chase down by Cronus as well over the top, and they got some percentage on the board, but Peps eventually will get the flip at 21.
You're going to see Dana get out here first. I mean, I would imagine, yep, does indeed get out there, but SR peak check did actually manage 21% on the point here. I guess, again, one of the concerns that you see here, just like we saw in our last series, is it's just always going to be the Sombra. You have to make sure that you know where that's coming from in Hybrid. Very quick to develop that EMP. And that could really be a thorn in SR peak check's side more than a lot of other compositions because they play on top of each other.
Oh, yeah. I mean, here we go. He's ready to go with it. They do try to teleport her away, but they broke the teleporter, so they know that is not a play anymore. Team Pep's kind of playing patiently, waiting things out, but Cloudy gets the charge onto Cronus off screen. What the heck was that? And Matrix commit on the low ground. Naga gets the copy. Eventually we'll try to chase down Danit, who's high charge on the top as well. Hybrid eventually will find Cloudy after he went really aggressive. EMP committed as well onto Fi towards the point. SR peak check, we're trying to get the flip, but cannot, and now have to go all the way back to spawn.
All the way back they go. Team Peps in control right now. SR peak check might actually require the, I don't want to call it the overuse, but like a significant heavy-handed approach to being able to turn this one, which is not a position you want to be in on a retake, especially one where you're already looking at Team Peps holding on to over 70%.
Do use that sim wall, though, at the very least, so they're given some time to zone around Naga, who has that nano boost. Kitsune Rush committed as well on towards that point, so everybody gets the value on Team Pep's side with their aggression. Beat drop committed from SR peak check, though. A little bit late so that they actually get the advantage compared to support ultimates. Naga's trying to find the kill, though. The shield is there from Cloudy. Blizzard also committed from 5, but no kills come of it just yet until just now. Cronus eventually will get found. Hybrid goes so low, but is relatively safe for now. Cloudy has to drop towards that point. No ultimate for Mulf, so he's just going to kind of stagger out his life here. Fi will eventually find him. SR peak check got that flip too, by the way. So Peps now, I mean, they could potentially find Mickey. He gets the regenerative burst at the very least, so that's something for Peps as they're looking to regroup. As SR peak check, I mean, they got the advantage, but it's awkward now.
Yeah, now you're holding on to this high ground. You're trying to get Cloudy into position, but you're also grouping up, and that's just going to make it easier for Hybrid with this EMP, which is coming up yet again here. But looks like SR peak check are actually kind of bisected now.
Ooh, yeah, and Hybrid's able to get by through that positioning. Amplification's committed as well, but it's immediately EMP'd off. Mulf already found Dandit as well. Point eventually will be flipped here. Naga ends up with a 2K in that fight. And about 80% of the board nearly for SR peak check. Peps, what do they do? Are they going to go aggressive here, you think, Urix?
I would have to imagine that that's going to be the case. I mean, you can go ahead and try to get right up into SR peak check's face, but you don't want to brawl with them. That's the big thing that I think Team Peps are certainly going to remain wary of, but here they go. There's that aggression.
Yeah, that was a nice play from them onto Dandit. I like that. Fi able to get Cronus, though, towards the point. Naga does trade back Cloudy all the way back here. Meanwhile, towards the point, it's just a Lucio into Maid. The copy eventually comes through. Ice block already used, so cooldown's committed. Ice wall as well. Fi just tries to hide in the corner, but eventually will fall. Overtime still ticking down. Nobody else here can really touch. Dan is just tossing in turrets for the heck of it. Team Peps will win round number 1.
Good start there for Team Peps. I mean, pretty dominant in their performance as well. You're seeing SR Peak Check. I mean, obviously they did well on the score line, but not so much on the scoreboard. We're seeing, obviously, I mean, huge deficits in terms of the stat lines for kill-death ratio because they're just simply not winning fights. They're just outlasting their team, the other team, for most of that score. So we'll have to see SR Peak Check take a different approach as they go toe-to-toe, and this is the round that you look for if you're SR Peak Check. Big time. I mean, this is absolutely the one that you look out for to play this Reinhardt composition. You're playing it into a Ramatra here, though.
Okay.
We know just how strong Ramatras can be, but Cloudy actually has figured out a couple of ways around this.
Okay, let's see if Cloudy can play around that Ramatra. You know, a lot of people will say Ramatra at the moment is better than Ryan in this matchup, like you said, but Cloudy is one of those players that deals with this quite often. I saw Peach kind of waiting it here, Moxie, or not Moxie, Hurix. Teleporter ready to go. They go for that TP on the back already, but just a little bit of bait. They don't take it. Just kind of take this positioning towards the point. Get the first cap as well. Team Peps, they're still waiting you, Hurix. And it was for Naga to find the opening pick. They eventually do trade back FD God at the very least, though. So that's something on the side. No more speed for Peps' side. Immortality Field used, though, to keep everybody healthy. Full support still here for SR Peak Check as well. Eventually, Mulch tries the zone at the back line, but Fi's already found Hybrid. Cloudy has gotten the charge onto Cronus too. May use the Ice Block form last second before going down as well for Fi, and very good start for SR Peak Check here. FD God does get Cloudy, but not bad for SR Peak Check here, Hurix.
And not only that, but they're going to get these extra kills too. This is just
It's over.
Salt in the wound. SR Peak Check, I mean, Cloudy showing off exactly what they're looking to accomplish here. Just everything is timing spaced. You go ahead and you pull that cooldown away from Molf. As soon as he starts punching, you just go ahead and back that off. Utilize some of that geometry to get away from it. And then as soon as that cooldown's gone, guess what? Ramatra, barely a hero in the matchup anymore. Brawl becomes very SR Peak Check favored once they pull that cooldown. Unfortunately for them, Annihilation is a whole other bag of problems.
Yeah, so they do go aggressive with Fi's Blizzard onto Naga. Zones him out here. They have the teleporter to follow up on it too. Beat drop just to make sure they capitalize. Eventually they'll find Naga and FD God before FD God even wants to commit the beat, though. They're going for counterplays at the moment. Hybrid gets one, Cronus gets another. They used the Annihilation there from Molf, and they committed the Blizzard from Naga early on, so it does end up working out to a decent degree, but Danit pops the Symmetra Wall, zones them out with the Ant Matrix too, so this double ultimate here with the Symmetra Wall and Ant Matrix scares off Peps for now as they go coastal.
Not only that, but look what's coming back. Fi on the Pharah. On top of that, Cloudy has the Earth Shatter. See if he can find anyone. Even one person caught.
If I came back on the Veritas to die to an overclock, I guess it works out somewhat to some degree, but Hybrid finds 2 in that fight. They come back towards the point. I mean, I don't know about that swap, but they did get 99 at least. Not bad.
I think Fi was hoping that people wouldn't be looking up. They'd be too busy looking at everything on the ground. But yeah, that is exactly the opposite of what wound up occurring. Immediately taken out. But yeah, that's what Hybrid's known for, landing those shots. Team Peps, though, now in control of the objective, but certainly not in control of the moment. Ooh, there's Cloudy!
Ooh, baby! Cloudy with a TP Shatter play. Deleted. Team Peps in the lobby before they could even get the beat off, and I don't know if they get the touch here either. Overtime, ticking down half.
No way.
You can't touch. There's no way. Cloudy just doing a little bit of celebratory. What a play, man.
Didn't I just talk about this like 30 minutes ago about how Helve had done this in the past with Obey Alliance, that was a big play that kind of opened things up for one of those European tournaments like 2 years ago, and Cloudy just went ahead and said, I'll do you one better. Go ahead and end this one right here and right now. I mean, that was a 5-man shatter off the back of that teleport.
Man, do you think Pep's got to be like aware of that, man? Like, I don't know. Let's see. Well, eventually we'll get the replay of it, right? We'll have to see what happens. But oh my, you could not prick that, man. He's just too clean with it. With Danit, they got the synergy. I mean, they've been working all season together and last too.
Yeah,
with Danit's DPs.
Yeah, I mean, this is a combination that teams, I mean, it's for the same reason of things like, oh yeah, nobody else is really playing this, and certainly not playing it as well, so it's hard to practice against unless you practice against them specifically.
I mean, there's a reason they've only lost one series so far and have continued their dominance. Now 11 seconds left before the point unlocks. Peps around the coastal side just looks to pressure out Fi, knowing he was there, but the counter wall comes through. So it's about even in terms of cooldowns. Both Mays will get their May wall up in a second here as well. His hybrid's built up. The railgun shot. Looking for a potential one-shot, but just kind of trying to pressure out Cloudy. They actually get walled off by Fi yet again. And the counter wall comes through from Naga. Immortality field used on both sides. Cronus used his. Also, TP comes through from Danid, but it's countered by Hybrid around the back, knowing Danid was trying to set up with that. But SRP Check still contain that point first and actually have that first cap here.
Yeah, this is SRP Check just, again, doing that thing that they do best, outlasting. Now that they're back in control, they can pull these cooldowns, wait for Molt to get out of alignment here, and as soon as that happens, well, guess what? It's time to send it forward, but SRP Check knows that they could just go ahead and just sustain again.
Oh my, Naga just gets ran over as well, and then Danid finds Cronus as well, so try to come through and delay. FD maybe gets a kill on the Danid before the Immortality field was there, but without any ultimates used, SRP just get a free fight win.
I just love that this is dynamic, it's complex, there's depth here, but in reality, it's such a binary approach to the game. Does Molf have the ability to punch you right now and also block insane amounts of damage? If yes, then stay back. If no, go forward, kill everybody. It's such a binary approach.
It's working as well, like you said. Now the Ant Matrix commit on the right side. Naga just backs up. They did commit the Blizzard for it, though, so it's a Blizzard for Ant Matrix. He still hangs. He's as well. Danid as well, sitting with that Symmetra Wall. Cloudy comes around the back. Symmetra Wall committed. Shield already used. Cloudy knows that. Goes for the charge against the wall. Does have the Immortality field there, but the Shatter eventually comes out. FD God, though, good job avoiding the Shatter. Gets the beat off in the meantime to keep everybody healthy. Team Pep still sits back. They don't really want to go in here. They're too scared against this Ant Matrix that was committed. Doll is still sitting with the beat. Committed Blizzard here. Beat drop to keep everybody healthy for now, but eventually will get ran over. Hybrid with the overclock gets killed by Fi. So it's a 1-for-1 of the DPS market, but the Baptiste is gone for SRP Check, so they don't have a lot of healing. They need to get some sort of hero plays to get things rolling. Team Peps around the back just rotate through the point. Cronus eventually will find Cloudy. Overtime ticks down. Annihilation committed from Molf, actually, even though they really didn't need to use it. Peps will reclaim the objective.
Yeah, I think Team Peps were just so worried about worst case scenario. What if we lose this fight? There's just, I mean, it would be over then. But SRP Check taking that as a clear-cut victory for them. Yes, they lose the fight, but they pull everything out of Team Peps. And now they can go forward and just play that same game. Just, again, it's a flowchart. Yeah. Is Nemesis available or not?
Flowchart, Venn diagram even, maybe, Herix. They walk in, Cloudy, walled off. Oh my god, goes so low. Nice Immortality field. And Matrix committed. They tried to avoid it, but the Blizzard gets 3 members. They know everybody's frozen. They can't follow up on it, though. They back up just in the time, though. Fine. Able to get Hybrid. He's gone. Cronus removed as well, and everything is falling apart for Peps now with this Ant Matrix aggressive from SRP Check. They're just looking to reclaim the objective. FD God commits that beat, but Molf still will fall. Actually, no, he avoids the Fire Strike at the very end. FD God will fall, but the point now in their favor. Molf grabs the health pack. Blizzard committed from Naga on the backside, but nobody is there to touch, and SRP Check will win map number 1.
Oh, man. What a performance there from SRP Check. It's so difficult to play into. I mean, obviously a lot of teams have been suffering at the hands of SRP Check and LH Cloudy and the Reinhardt-centric play style. And you can see why. I mean, just so proficient with the hero, and also that synergy is clearly on point for this squad. But now it gets into that kind of back and forth display where obviously map pick is really going to determine who has the prio on these matchups. And yeah, it's only just starting. We're in for a long one, I have to imagine here.
I mean, yeah, like I don't know, like what was the problem there for Peps? It just seems like for SRP Check, they just kept the pressure up, and Peps just was just not reacting, right, Herix? Like, I don't know, like what could they have done? They like kept rotating around the point. SRP Check just making those aggressive plays, like you said, with the TP Shatter play, first of all, but not only that, just like always just going first. And I don't know, what do you think Peps has to do for these following maps, because I don't know, like they gotta figure something out. Maybe it's a bit easier on a map that's not control when the objective's not so locked.
Yeah, especially one that isn't Antarctic Peninsula. I mean, probably the worst possible pull you could get for a map number 1. And I think that's something that a lot of fans for Team Peps and even Team Peps themselves are probably looking at, and it's like, yeah, first of all, every map 1 is always a Mickey Mouse map, but it's certainly the case when you're talking about dealing with SR Peak Check on Antarctic Peninsula. That's the literal worst map that you could possibly get going up into them, probably. There's a couple others that maybe you could throw in there, but Antarctic Peninsula is my front runner personally. However, when you transition away from that, yeah, we look at some other compositions, and I think there's certainly more inherent ways to deal with SR Peak Check, some of the problems that we saw there. But I will say, to SR Peak Check's credit, they are very good at understanding what the problems that they're going to have to contend with, because they've seen them numerous times together, and dealing with them, especially things like the Ramatra, having that kind of dual phasic kind of setup. They are very well known for taking full advantage of the Ramatra in those matchups.
Oh, for sure. And you know, for SR Peak Check, like you said, they dealt with it. It was just too easy for them. It seemed like Mof just kind of got ran over on that second map specifically. Map number 1, maybe a bit of a different story. It was a little bit closer, or sorry, sub map level 1 or sub map 1. Now for the actual map picks, we're going to Numbani for that map number 2. Obviously, the choice now for Peps. I think this probably leads into a little bit of insight on what they're looking to play here, right here, Rix, on Numbani, especially with a player like Naga.
I wouldn't even. I think we're underselling it with calling it insight. I think we have a very clear picture of what the point is here with Numbani. I mean, at this stage, you are trying to do anything possible to devalue and limit the potential of that Reinhardt composition. Numbani is very well known for being, I would say, much more Winston focused, much more Winston dominant, and I think that's where we're headed.
See, that's the thing though here, Rix, is that Cloudy's inflation proof, man. Like, he doesn't devalue at all. Like, you know,
it seems to be the case, man.
They'll just like TP on top higher. Like, they're gonna figure something out here, probably, right? Versus Peps on the attacking side. Now, you're right. This is a good map though to play against a team with like SR Peak Check though. SR Peak Check making a bit of a change. They're gonna put in QRXU, which is their hit scan player. A lot of those, you know, Ashe, Hanzo, even at points, even Sombra, QRXU could play to a decent level.
Yeah, I mean, any of the mid to long range hit scans, any of the even close stuff, you know, like you said, the Sombra, all that kind of stuff can be played. QRXU, a phenomenal player. One of those players that, you know, collectively as, you know, broadcast talent, we've all kind of talked up QRXU as one of those players to kind of keep your eye on. There's a couple of them here in Europe. QRXU certainly one of them. Yeah, could be a major up-and-comer for sure. Just another opportunity now for SR Peak Check to get value out of that player there. We'll have to see what kind of effect they're going to have on this. But when we talk about this map, when we talk about SR Peak Check, the expectation is that they will not fold. We have seen certainly Cloudy make some adjustments, but typically they happen mid-map more often than at the start. But it looks like this might be a situation where we see an adjustment made a little bit earlier. But I will say, Winston, not a bad pick for Cloudy.
Not a bad pick for him, but he is on the attacking side, so he could be baiting it. You know, he could be confusing us a little bit.
Very fair.
We'll see in 25 seconds, obviously, before the door unlocks. Meanwhile, for Peps' side, I mean, you like this comp. They got the Sombra and the Echo out again, right? This is kind of a classic for Naga at this point.
Yeah, I think, you know, with Peps, this composition, you can definitely put a lot of resources into Naga, into Mof. You can also go ahead and just have Hybrid just doing his own thing off on the side, getting some control of some of those health packs, some of those priority areas, and then just laying in a lot of that focus into winning that air battle, but also applying pressure to Cloudy. They know that they can get value there, so they're going to go ahead and lean into that. Unfortunately for them, basically matched by SR Peak Check.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just the mirror comp based on both sides besides to that Hanzo. Trying to go up towards the top. Mof already trying to counter Cloudy's dive. Has to fall back. Gets deleted immediately with the hack from Hybrid, and also Naga with the nades. Knowing that, I mean, SR Peak's just going to try to play slow here. You can't really push back past the bus if you're Peps' side unless you have like a really coordinated dive. It's always super hard to get past that choke. So there's no way for Cloudy here, yeah.
Yeah, on top of that, you're also either pulling Cronus into a less than favorable position, or you're completely denying vision for Cronus. So you definitely don't want to go too far forward. That's our peak check, though. Just keep taking damage in these rotations.
But it's QR2 to find Naga. I mean, that's opening pick onto the Echo. And now the Sombra on the back has to just play safe as well. It's going to have to back up after getting found, too. So one tick in SRP check's favor. Hack eventually will come through on QRXU, but he's totally safe with the rest of his team at the moment. In the main side, dive comes through from Wolf, trying to build towards that Primal Rage or get the Nana boost. He's so low and will actually fall to Nick G. Nice work from them. Cloudy now goes for the counter dive as they capture that point as well. Perfectly played. Cloudy does lose his life here, but it enables Fight to go a bit aggressive. In fact, he goes for the copy too, just to try to capitalize on these dagger kills, but immediately out of the copy for him too, and back towards that payload. I guess FD God did use the Valkyrie though.
Yeah, very true. Got that out, but you know, Fi saw Mickey getting that opening and said, you know what, I want to maybe play a little bit of Ana myself. But here goes the EMP. They caught 3, but no follow-up.
No, nobody's there. I mean, you got Molf diving in towards the Mega Health Pack. He thought more members are full over there, but they finally connect on the Mickey with that EMP as well. Fi, though, does trade it back on a Cronus. Molf, though, finding even more. QRX goes down. Cloudy committed that Primal Rage to follow through onto Fi, and also onto FD God afterwards. Naga, though, eventually will trade it back. Fi, and the Sky goes down. 110 health. You got Dala trying to run away, but Hybrid will track him down. 4 minutes left to go. SR Peak Check, though, back on that payload as Team Pep sort of regroup.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it fast here, too, because SR Peak Check are just pushing this thing straight on through. Not a lot of time here for Team Peps to make this regroup, collate, get something going, but they do have some good resources, some effective ones at that. It's just about making sure that they can find those opening picks once they start this fight open with Cronus throwing out that nano boost.
Dragon Strike comes through at the choke. Hybrid, though, able to find Dala. Naga also trades back onto Fi, so that's the members of the Sky down. Naga also trades or takes down QRXU after he kills Cronus. Peps back in this fight. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, and they've got some good ults.
Pretty efficient one, too. I mean, they throw the nano boost onto Naga instead of Molf there.
Yep.
Just easily clean the board. SR Peak Check just couldn't really match it. QRXU making a swap. Dala doing the same here. Some adjustments being made, but still an EMP to worry about for sure. Coming in from Peps, Hybrid ready to go with that. SR Peak Check. This is definitely something that I'm not sure how they're going to deal with right now.
Well, they deal with it by sending Fi all the way at the choke in a copied form onto Cronus to sleep. Oh my god, 1 HP. Just absolutely shuts him down. Hack also comes back. I mean, that was so close for Cronus. Great work from him, although the nade comes through on the Naga to slow him down on the front line. You're still missing some members, though. It's just your Winston and double supports. I mean, did SRP go for the dive here? It looks like they do. Cloudy goes aggressive, but they're countered by an EMP now, and both supports are removed for SRP Check. It's just Cloudy on that objective with 3 meters left to go. He goes down. I mean, I guess they got that EMP and Valk out?
Yeah, I mean, at that stage, that's the best that you could possibly hope for. They also have been slowly pushing that cart forward. You can see it's only about 3 meters away now, so really, they can put some focus and some pressure down with some cart presence as well, which gives them just another unique avenue to be able to force positioning out of Team Peps and also maybe force some resources and allocate them towards the payload and just disengage. That would be a play that they could go for here, especially if they could turn it. Oh, opening pick.
Early dive. Yeah, early dive with the copy and primal from Molf too. I mean, they're all there. SRP tries to get rid of Cronus, who's the only one contesting. Naga eventually comes back. Fi able to find him, but I mean, SRP in a weird spot. Fi goes down, just Cloudy with the primal rage. Obviously, he's not going to want to use it. Just go for the reset.
Yeah, at this stage, I think SR Peak Check need to get a very clean entry into this engagement. I mean, yes, they got that opening pick, but then they lost 2 bodies almost immediately after. I think the big benefit here for SR Peak Check is the fact that Team Peps have been very aggressive about their dominance. So now they're without virtually everything here. They're going to have a nano boost, but SR Peak Check can match that and go way further.
Well, they used it on Naga first. As long as they disengaged it, it might work. They used it on the Brigitte, who took a ton of nades from Naga on the left side. Now Naga's trying to look for this Echo, or this Ash rather, and can't. And also, the point was capped out too. So during that fight on the inside angle, SR Peak Check actually move on forward. It doesn't really matter if they win or lose this because they got this cart pushing forward now.
Dustin, please don't tell me we're in for more of this. Don't tell me we're in for more of that,
man. Oh, no, we are. Welcome to EU. Welcome back to EU, Hurix. I hope you missed it, buddy.
Oh man, this is at
what
3
happens.
now already today. Team
Yeah.
Peps though still have some opportunities to shut the door on SR Peak Check, but we have seen yet another comp adjustment being made here. Cloudy decides it is now time to bring out the Reinhardt. They still have a lot of that effective damage coming out from QRXU on the Ashe. Bob to be that 6th man as well, a little bit of a helper.
Yeah, he's going in early, actually, and no speed for Cloudy. So Cloudy's just going to kind of play around the payload. EMP comes out. Can't really avoid it or use any ultimates because they're down there, so that's a really fast wipe. Bob's still doing his thing on the backside. No kills coming. Cloudy is just off the map now. He just killed Cronus and now just jumps off to reset.
SR Peak Check games are, to me, about as wild as yeah. You just don't think of it in that same vein because it's a Reinhardt comp, which feels vanilla, but it's just simple. It never plays that way. Weirdness all the time, though. We do have about a minute on the clock here. Team Peps in a great position to hold some of these chokes out. SR Peak Check really looking to see if they can get behind his shield.
Cloudy just went through main alone while the rest of his team are going top. I mean, you're right, Hurix. Cloudy is the ultimate ranked player in the professional scene. That's just literally what Cloudy is, man. He's so funny. 45 seconds. Yep.
I think they still just get so much value out of it, which is what the funniest part to me. And that's the same that goes for yeah as well. But you see that dive coming in already. That's the whole back line, Dustin. What?
Just deleted instantly with that dive. I mean, they just don't got the speed to run away from Peps. They didn't use any ultimates either. In hybrid, found QRXU on the stagger. Tracer commits the pulse bomb over the top 2-5. Now, you know, trying to just not get staggered. Looking for a swap, I think, maybe to the Mei or the Sombra here in this situation. 13 seconds left. I mean, somebody's got a touch now. Cloudy gets hacked. Peps is going for more. They've got the ultimates. Sure, they don't have to worry about this payload, I guess. Fi comes through. Has to deal with Cronus. Gets the hack onto him. Sleep Dart will come through from Cronus, but nobody's here to help him. He's all alone. Eventually, the pocket will come through from across the map to keep him alive. Mickey gets shut out over the top, too. Eventually, Shield Bash comes through from the side of Dala, but Naga's already gotten to hack from Hybrid towards the cart, just looking to get some distance, as they surely can't win here now. It's just going to be that Sombra and Brigitte, and now QRXU on towards that Symmetra. Nobody could even touch. SR Peak Check gets stopped in third.
I mean, the big thing there, too, was Naga getting those opening kills to help out the defense, just kind of solidify, but then on top of that, also just buying insane amounts of time just to make sure that they can get that locked in. I mean, you see Naga here just making insane plays, but
yeah. This was just so tough. I mean, for SR Peak Check, like, I don't know, like, why would you run no Lucio at the line? Like, what's the idea? Is it just you just can't because of ults and stuff, maybe? Or am I thinking of this from Simpleton?
Yeah, maybe they got just kind of off a little bit because of that kind of stuff. And then at some point, you reach a point where it's like, okay, we can't really make these adjustments as effectively, or we need to make sure that we have... You know what? I'm just going to say it. I think they would much prefer having things like BAP or Lucio, but the thing that throws me off completely is the fact that we're seeing
doing it again.
We're seeing the Brig again. So, I mean, the BAP to me makes a little bit more sense. This is traditionally what you would see with this type of composition, and certainly what you see with SR Peak Check. But the Brig is definitely out of place, I would say. I'm not going to sit here and say that this makes absolutely no sense. They're wrong for that. I'm just saying it is very out of place.
Well, yeah, you're calling. I mean, it's just like you get locked. Your entire point is just you want to play for the heals and just lock down, right, with this like 5-stack. But what do you do when like Cronus comes through with an anti-nade and then just negates all of those heals that Brigitte and Baptiste could do? As well, what happens when you get forced to the point too? Like, there's so many things that SR Peak Check I think have to worry about now, right?
Yeah, I think one of the big things with Brig is that you are decent against the dive. You do have a good amount of healing if you can maintain the Inspire uptime, but you can also say a lot of the same stuff about Lucio while also maintaining the speed, being able to be more maneuverable, be able to swap those sides around. But I'm gonna assume Dala has certainly tried that out and has experienced a lot more than I have.
Well, that's right now they're kind of split, so it looks like they're just having Fi touch that point continuously. And leaving everybody else on the top. They actually go aggressive onto the main without the speed. Cloudy drops off the high ground, leaving Hybrid with this kind of flank for free almost. Meanwhile, Fi try to get them back towards the high ground. Unfortunately, Claudius wants to keep shutting him out in main. Naga trying to harass them in the back. Goes down to 10 HP and dies to the grenade as well. Hybrid does trade back Dala at the very least, but no time on the objective set. Cloudy's sitting in main the entire time. He's like a shark in the water. Now charges through onto the Ana. Gets anti-grenaded. FD God will eventually get the res and kills Mulf through his Ana's healing a Cronus. I mean, we get a little bit of POV of Winston Butt in that situation, but now SRP check just rotate towards this point. No ticks have been given, and they're winning this so far.
I think one of the other things, too, that's helping SRP check is the fact that Dala doesn't have to commit to be able to help out someone across the other side of the objective by being on this brig. Can help that one side, help Mickey, help QRXU, while also still providing protections for Cloudy by just throwing those packs, by still applying some of those boops, and Hybrid opening things up. Fi going down, but SRP check, they still have all of that support. They have all that sustain.
Heinen used the zone as well. And Cloudy goes for the charge! Oh my god!
No way.
He just got the charge on the Hybrid coastal side as he was hiding from the high noon. FD God does get the res at the very least, though, but now over the top. Full spawn committed by Naga. QRXU has to back up, and so does the rest of SRP check because Cloudy just went down. They tried to save him with the Ant Matrix, but, I mean, who's going to touch? Fi comes through. Tosses the wall out. Now halfway through to the touch. Anti comes out as well. Immortality Field used as well to zone out towards the point, but Fi will still fall. Blizzard used as a peel from Fi.
Far back, yeah.
What? I mean, they didn't want anybody to die here, I guess, but they give up the objective too.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was entirely the objective there, but either way, Fi is making a swap over to the Reaper, so we're going to say nothing lost there on that one. But still.
It was a misinput here, Rix.
Hybrid, though, once again getting that opening pick. I'm still curious, though. I mean, a lot of flanking happening here from Hybrid, and of course, FD God being exposed the same way. They have to protect each other, and that just becomes so difficult trying to protect that Mercy way off on that flank.
Yeah, Claudia will come back, though, to the rest of the team with the rally, and Naga gets stunned as well, and then slammed by the hammer of Cloudy. I mean, that was great work from SRP Check now, who have just stopped this payload yet again, and they're just going to play this inside for the rest of the series, it feels like.
I love this so much from SRP Check. I mean, the fact that they're playing this type of composition, but they're constantly innovating, seeing that brig coming in, and just seeing what the effect is there. They're just getting so much value out of it here, though. Naga ready to go. Pulse bomb at the ready.
Oh, no. Oh, it still gets the kill on Adala, too. As the rest of SRP tried to avoid it, and unfortunately, Dala will get caught. Mulf comes on the inside to also disrupt Cloudy, resulting in Naga eventually getting those kills, getting a 2K in that fight. Eventually, the stagger kills come through for the side of the Pimps, who have broken through the defense of SRP Check.
Yeah, now SRP Check are just going to be looking to try to take as many fights as possible. Here you see the Lucio swap. This is where it makes a lot of sense, where this is much more linear dynamic, right? There's less about just holding those high grounds, keeping that distance, being able to play splits. This is now all about being able to brawl here. Naga has become a threat, has come online, and we also see Mulf going over to the Ramatra, so much more clear focus. It is all about rushing. It is all about brawling.
The nano play comes through onto Hybrid, but he's hindered over the top side as well. Doesn't find the kill, getting a lot of damage, but the heals are far too much. Cloudy also charged through early, found some positioning. FD God whips out the Glock to take down the Baptiste of SRP Check. Hybrid also lands the grenade onto QRXU. And SRP Check, they commit the Death Blossom. Maybe Fi will swap again, but that's 2 ultimates now wasted by him as Team Peps move on to third.
Yeah, SRP Check, I think, wanted a little bit more out of that one. They were so close to taking out Hybrid, and that pick really would have set them up with a massive advantage. Now, though, they're facing what is going to be the conclusion of this map. Win or lose here. Peps rounding this corner. Fi did make that swap that you were alluding to. Back over to the Mei. This wall should be good with this composition. So they're making the right swaps. It's just unfortunate that they have to make them in response very late.
It's rough for them to deal with it at the moment. Pulse bomb comes out.
Tough.
Immortality Field negates it, but Naga gets the kill at the end of it. QRXU does trade it back, though. Tosses the high noon wall incredibly low. Does get one shot at least, so Hybrid's low over the top side. Mulf also gets shattered by Cloudy and eventually chased down, so they've worked their way back into it. Dala goes so low, but his ducks around the corner as Hybrid's trying to still find value. 2 minutes left. Peps have to walk back all the way towards Hybrid.
Remember, too, here, Team Peps have to push into SRP check space. They have to really lean on Hybrid to take these flanking angles through QRXU, which makes it so much more difficult. And on top of that, SR Peak Check is going to have respawn advantage as well as the sound barrier. This is going to be difficult here.
Ender comes out, Hybrid gets the copy, so he's back on the cast, but eventually QRXU hits those shots, and Carter's being pushed on the backsides will eventually come back. Man, you called it. I mean, QRXU's popping off as it stands right now, Garrett.
Yeah, SR Peak Check now. I feel like they're definitely kind of commanding things at this point. About 75 seconds left here for Team Peps. They got to make a play pretty soon. Annihilation is one thing that can help them in a big way, but they have to be careful because there are two really solid defensive answers, both the Blizzard as well as the sound barrier, should Team Peps go a little bit too early.
And Peps fans thinking, don't choke this, guys. They go in with the nano boost, send Molt through. They find QRXU easy. That was one of the biggest proponents to why SR Peak Check have been holding. The Blizzard was committed, allowing Cloudy to find 2 kills, but Peps have already found multiple. Molp is so low, needs some healing from FD God, but they have to push the payload. They wall themselves off. Can they even touch in the nick of time? Cloudy will go through the charge, but they lose fight doing so.
He's going to have Shatter soon.
Yeah, you're right. He's going to have the Shatter in just a sec, 93%, but it's only Lucio healing them. Molp's just still spamming. Eventually, Mickey will come back onto the Kariko, so they have the heals, but the Annihilation is now popped. Cloudy has to go for the Shatter. Annihilation will still find the value as well. The poop comes through. Naga finds QRXU. I mean, you need so much more damage to take down Molp. It's going to be so hard. Molp finds Mickey as well. Cloudy eventually will be found, and with 13 seconds left, Peps will tie the series 1-1 by winning New Bonnie.
I definitely feel like SR Peak Check had them worried, but Peps comes out ahead. Molf able to get that Annihilation up. Just living in that situation where we see him down about 10% HP, able to come out and just be able to transition that into the Annihilation, then win that fight because of it. It was just an overwhelming amount of pressure, and of course Hybrid, that performance that we keep seeing from him lately as well, especially here on this map, definitely put them over the top. And now with a tied series, and again, goes back and forth, right? Map pick is really going to determine things, and I can't believe he landed that, man.
That was so crazy that happened. Obviously, they lose the map, like you said, and it was off the back of Naga and Hybrid playing so damn well. Molf making the swaps too with the Annihilation towards the end. I mean, things are starting to come together for Peps. I mean, obviously, this is SR Peak Check's next pick, and we're going to, what is it? We're going to an escort map next, probably, right?
Yep.
So, that probably should still favor Peps, you would think, because on the payload maps, I mean, Peps are edging it out, but it's not like, what do you think, Rick? Do you think it's by much, or do you think SR Peak Check obviously could choose a map that, they have good win rate on and can actually take Peps to a pretty resounding win for them?
Well, I mean, if I'm SR Peak Check, I'm imagining that we're going to be going to any kind of map where they can just really rely on that setup with the Reinhardt, obviously, and with Escort. There are a couple of those maps that you could go to. We'll have to see if they wind up going over to them, though, because there's definitely a larger pool here. And one thing that I know about Cloudy is that whatever you think you know about map, what determines what is strong on each map, that thing that we talked about with Eichenwald, that was a Cloudy thing. We saw those rotations becoming a thing. That transition because Cloudy just decided that was the case, and I imagine that could very well be the case here. But as with SR Peak Check, there are, to some degree, some surprises, but also very much no surprises. So we'll see what we get.
We'll see what we get. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you guys for that number 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You like solving problems. Problems like how to stop that tracer from deleting your backline. I know just what you're thinking. Go bring a turret. But y'all can't solve all your problems by simply bringing an extra friend to the battlefield. For that, you need the Contenders Torbjorn skin. Solve your problems by connecting your Battle.net account to Twitch. After that, watching Overwatch Contenders Summer Series will contribute to your drops progress, letting you claim your Overwatch Contenders Torbjorn skin. Even your turret gets an upgrade. Warning, the Overwatch Contenders Torbjorn skin does not come with extra or upgraded turrets. Build instructions will not be provided. By picking Torbjorn, you waive a claim towards any destroyed turrets. No refunds, no exchanges, and no take-backsies.
Welcome back, everybody. We have Peps versus the side of SRP Czech tied up 1-1. Herix, this might be our most eventful day of EU Contenders so far in the summer series because obviously, you know, the first game went to 5 maps. This one's looking like it also might be a 5-mapper, man.
Yeah, it feels like it's headed there, and you know we just went to a break. We kind of closed it on some thoughts about where we could be headed. Obviously, in the past, SRP Czech, who has the opportunity to go ahead and take us to wherever they want to, interestingly has gone towards Circuit Royale more often than not, but they have had some mixed performances there. They have won a few, have lost a few. So I'm curious here, you know, obviously with going that direction, we expect that SRP Czech are going to be up to their same sort of deal. Obviously, it is just what they're known for and what they love to play, but still, against a team like Team Peps, it's going to be very, I would say, very tough to contend with, and I think that's a big reason why they actually took a pretty considerable amount of time to figure out where exactly they were going.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact rules with, you know, how long it takes to pick a map, but yeah, you're right. They took pretty much to the very end.
Did they lock it in yet?
I think so, yeah. I think it's going to be Circuit Royale. Is going to be the first, is the map number 3. I mean, you're right. You called it, right? This is a good map, or this is a map they chose, but, I mean, you're right. They kind of had mixed results on it so far, right? It seems like Escort's just kind of a tough one for them to choose, maybe in general. Like, that's, you know, maybe not less so of just Circuit Royale being the problem, more so I think just like it's just a tough map for this team to play on any Escort, right? Because like, I mean, what's the map pool again? I mean, so like, it seems like I think that they just don't have a lot of choices that they could really go to that'll work out in their favor. Yeah,
I mean, you have Circuit, certainly could be a map that works. Then you have Dorado, Route 66, and then Gibraltar. So, like, at this point, as weird as Circuit Royale seems, it sort of is just the best of the bunch, the best of the worst, if you want to go that far. Because out of all the Escort maps, where there are a few in there that, you know, hey, it seems like it could be pretty good for Reinhardt's, right? But those maps just simply aren't in the pool. So I guess that's kind of why they're relying on Circuit Royale lately throughout this round robin stage. But yeah, they have had some good performances. They've had some unfortunate losses that they've taken here. But you could say the exact same thing here about Peps. Although I will say for Peps is that they're far more likely to be playing to the map's meta as opposed to SRP Czech, who are probably just going to be playing the Rhine, at least at some point.
Yeah, and, you know, speaking of SRP Czech, they are going to do a sub, going to bring in Danid instead of Kuraxu rocking out, which is, you know, unfortunate for Kuraxu to come in and lose that map, but it's not like he played bad by any means, right? I mean, he had a good map, and, you know, maybe they're just SRP Czech valuing that combination, which you talked about earlier, Herix, with Danid and Cloudy.
Yeah, I mean, at this
TP plays.
Yeah, I think with Fi and Danid here, the big thing that I'm thinking about is Danid just potential to play things like Echo. You could go ahead and have even some incorporation at certain points in the map of the Symmetra just to be able to go for some of those TP plays, because remember, we do have some big threats, some positions that need to be traversed that are very difficult to get through. TP makes it a lot easier to force some of those brawl positions as opposed to walking through a bunch of damage and getting caught in rotations. That's never what you want to see happen. So SRP Czech have some decent options by putting Danid back in the lineup here.
Okay. Yeah, you're probably right. I think, Danid's been that kind of flex player. And, you know, for them, considering their tank player can't really flex, but doesn't really. Obviously, you know, he played the Winston earlier, so he's got it in his hero pool, you know, to play other things besides the Rhine. And we've seen, you know, the likes of the Cloudy Diva too, so it's not like anything's out of reach. But I mean, we haven't really seen any Cloudy Sigma or like Ramatra at all, right? So I mean, I guess you don't really need to.
Don't hold your breath. I mean,
it's not coming today, is what you're saying. It's not going to happen.
I would be pretty surprised if we saw it on stream. I'm sure that it's happened, and I know at some point it's definitely happened, but on stream here today, probably unlikely is where I'm going to list it. But yeah, I mean, we see Danid coming in. They have the Symmetra, so they do have the ability to go for some of those teleports, some of those repositions, especially on a map like this where, again, it's very long, it's very linear, it's very open. You do need to have that kind of option to reposition with. Otherwise, you are definitely going to fall victim to some of the other, I would say, more mobile or more ranged-friendly compositions. So, see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, Peps obviously walking out the white side, TP early onto them to kind of shove everybody back towards the spawn. Well, you know, Hybrid, noticing his team's not really dying, just going to sit behind. I mean, Danid will fall to Cronus, and Team Peps have avoided early death from SR Peak Check and potentially want to end up with a first fight win with relative speed. I mean, Fi's going to come through, get delayed, but Cloud is going to try to back up, will also get killed by Molf as well. So they do stop this payload for at least 30 seconds, and that's going to be generally what we're going to see for the next entire map, right here. It's just SR Peak Check running to the payload, dying, kind of over and over, right?
Yeah, until they get ultimates, and then they can win one fight, and then they'll go back to...
Yep, exactly.
That's generally what's going to happen, yeah. I mean, the only thing that's really going to change the course of how that happens is if we see some momentum gained by SR Peak Check and they get into a position on the map where they can defend from a little bit better, and this is one of those positions that can be fruitful for a Reinhardt composition.
No kills just yet. Cloudy, in fact, is the one that's hacked, has to back up. Vortex hitting him during that fight as well. Peps are staying healthy. Relatively good job, just not taking too much damage. Immortality field used early, by the way, from McG. Cronus now knowing he has the Immortality advantage would go forward. Danid is full charge at the very least, but now will TP into the back, look for that kill. And Matrix committed as well. Moko's aggressive with the Annihilation is so low, but gets the Immortality field there too. Hybrid and FD God have the follow-up damage. Fi's able to get one. Danid trades back another, and he's very high charge. Blizzard committed by Fi here too, though Danid will eventually fall. You got Lucio and Sombra still here. Hybrid can go around the back, go for the EMP if he really wants to. Just goes for the punch and backs up, just keeps kind of living while SR Peak Check have regrouped around this payload and stop it under the bridge.
Yeah, now Team Pep's going to have to rely on these ultimates. They've got that EMP at the ready, but Hybrid, I don't know if he can stay in here. In fact, he's going to, though.
Yeah, he's going to stay in here, use the EMP to break the Symmetra shield, too. I mean, it was patience, and it actually paid off for him. Danid also goes aggressive, a bit too aggressive. Will die to the pummel of Molf. Cronus also finds McG. And somehow that fight actually works out for Team Peps.
Yeah, all off the back of that EMP. Cloudy just right about half HP, kind of lower than that, actually. So a little bit easier to execute there. Now the question is, SR Peak Check, can they make it to the point? They actually get there half a meter.
Wow, so close. It's into the Blizzard, but Cloudy kills Naga. As Naga gets the freeze, Molf are able to trade Danid, though at the very least they've done a 1-for-1. Shatter from Cloudy does not connect onto anybody this time. He's predicting Molf to walk out, but the beat here as well to sustain the side of Peps. No ultimates on either side, however, so it's a neutral game fight. Eventually, Molf goes aggressive onto Fi, who used the ice block earlier. Cloudy, angry, tries to counter it by punching, or by hitting Molf with the hammer and forcing him back. At the very least, they found Fi, but Peps now have to come back in with some ultimates. They're building towards that Annihilation. Molf on the left side trying to find some value, at least push back towards that cart. 1.62 meters. They drop the EMP in, but the Immortality field saves everybody on the low ground from the side of McG. Danid also with the damage trying to find Molf, but the Annihilation was too much. Eventually, McG will find him on the inside. Meanwhile, SR Peak Check have regrouped on this payload, really not allowing Peps to fully cap out. With 30 seconds left and a Blizzard committed, it's looking scary for Peps.
Oh yeah, big time, because now you get into that situation again where it's, look, you gotta go ahead and get back to the objective. They're gonna lose a body late here, 15 seconds on the clock, and you have to push through this entire straight path where they're gonna be taking some pressure, more than likely, and by the time that they finally get into a position to take a fight, look, they're gonna be shattered immediately.
Yeah. I mean, Hybrid comes through to touch, but Cloudy sitting with that shatter, like you said, just goes for the swing onto Molf. Now drops the shatter, doesn't actually hit the Baptiste. Molf's really far away. Immortality field comes out, but Cloudy charges out of it. Ant Matrix committed back here onto Cloudy, but it's not going to find value towards that cart, so Fies is able to find Molf. Eventually, Naga's back on the junk wrap with the Symmetra wall that kind of gives them that Cloudy shield while Cloudy was off in Narnia dying. Overtime ticks down. Peps can't even touch. And SR Peak Check, what a hold from them.
Yeah, full hold on that first point. With the Reinhardt composition, defensively even, really kind of forced the hand of Team Peps to try to be able to take them in somewhat of a brawl composition, and SR Peak Check just came out ahead there. Some good moments, though, from Team Peps. Now let's see what they'll do here on defense. Do they want to... I mean, they could completely flip gears. Outright, Team Peps could go for that signal composition. It should be a little bit better for them on defense because SR Peak Check has to push into them as opposed to them pushing into SR Peak Check with that composition, which would not fare well. So I imagine their defense should look better, but this is still going to be a tough thing to match.
Yeah, for sure. I think there will be. And we got a pause coming through. We got DC as well. So Peps, on their defensive side, like you said, I mean, they might be able to work things out, but that's a really tough spot to get held at. I mean, right before that first checkpoint. I mean, they did such a good job, right? Isn't that like a lot of the fundamentals here of SRP check, just really making sure they can't capture out? There's like 3 meters left, and nobody ever got off it, whether it was Fi or Cloudy.
Yeah, I think the timings were just perfect for them as well. I mean, as soon as they were able to get onto that objective, they were locked in, glued to that payload, where we saw Fi able to get that Blizzard on time perfectly, the wall there to help separate. Cloudy being able to get some timely shatters. Even if he doesn't land them, he does create some pressure with positioning by forcing players to want to get away from him, which opens up opportunities to create some picks through isolation as well. So, I mean, there's a whole bunch of factors that come into play there, but they all seem to kind of be stars-aligned situations for SR Peak Check.
Yeah, and now going to the offensive side, obviously, we got a little bit of a pause again. One of the players' internet's going in and out at the moment, kind of what happens when you play online. And now, for SR Peak Check, they're looking to just close out on Peps. I mean, how much time is it, like 4 minutes for Peps to have to hold against the likes of SR Peak Check, who are just so aggressive? I mean, they've got a really tough mountain to climb here, on their, at least on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, and I think there's definitely two ways to look at this. You could argue that with SR Peak Check being able to dictate the tempo of the match, this should look better for them. But you could also say on the other side, if Molf is going to go over to the Sigma and we see Peps really leaning into that more spam composition, it's going to be very difficult for that gap, that distance to be covered and to see those brawls actually come out. But again, we know that SR Peak Check has certainly seen their fair share of those Sigma spam compositions here on this map. It's what everybody plays. So I would expect that they would have some tricks up their sleeve to get around that. And I think a lot of that really falls onto Danid with the Symmetra.
Off in that Team Peps copium there, a little. I mean, obviously you mentioned SR Peak Check doing really good, but Peps' side, they're going to have to figure something out here because, the meterage is pretty bad. SR Peak Check on the other side have been playing very well, on this map, locking with the Symmetra, which is different than maybe we would have expected out of them. But, it is working so far. Peps, they're doing a similar strategy here, it looks like, to SR Peak Check, just getting a lot of team fights. Yeah,
I mean, pretty much going with a very similar approach to what we saw from them on their attacking phase, where we see them sort of matching a little bit to that brawl style composition, but really leaning into some of that lopsided pressure, where we see the timings really be key here for Team Peps. SR Peak Check is known for taking advantage of that stuff and certainly taking advantage of the positioning as well.
Ooh. Early TP in. Hybrid on the top side does get the immortality killed at the very least so he can live. Meanwhile, we split off into basically 3 separate fights. Danid eventually will find Molf and eventually gets traded out, though. Cloudy will find Empty God, so SR Peak Check are up, but Naga does find one. However, as long as you have Cloudy here, I mean, Cronus is eventually going to get rained down. Naga just looking to delay the payload and eventually will fall too. 30 seconds off. I mean, that was very similar to SR Peak Check's defense.
Yeah, I mean, not bad, though, for Team Peps, I think, in the long run, because they're just looking to try to get as much as they can when they can. And obviously, that situation that they were in right there is just about setting up to make sure that they have another opportunity to fight when there's a better position available. They would have loved to have covered that archway. They would have loved to have held that first corner there, but instead backed up to the final one. Now it's all about perfection. You cannot lose a single fight if you're Team Peps now.
Peps back it up. I mean, you're relying heavily on Hybrid finding these picks, right? Just across the map, looking for him. Danid set up the TP. Doesn't use it, though. It's a bit of a fake. He's done this before. Molf gets rained on main. Immortality pill to save him for now, but still has Cloudy. And the rest of SR Peak Check just looking down the barrel at the moment of him. Empty Gun also falls to Danid. Wall is here. Eventually, Peps kind of just funneling in towards that payload with really no hope here. SR Peak Check win on Circuit Royale to go up in the series and bring us to map point.
And that's one of the things I think about. When we talk about Reinhardt versus Ramatra, you're going to see the performance that Molf is able to put out when given that opportunity. But you also see those moments where SR Peak just puts so much pressure onto him where he goes into Nemesis, and the only thing that he can do is just hold block. And obviously you are going to get a massive pressure differential when that happens, and then your team folds.
Yeah. No, that's a big deal. Like, it just seems so tough for the side of Peps to really get anything going. But, you know, they will have that next map to choose, obviously, here, Rick, so they could go to something else that'll maybe favor them a bit more. I thought maybe Escort would be different, but, you know, it just, like, SRP just never let Peps get anything going, man. It's just so tough for them past that first phase, which, you know, like you said earlier, you know, most teams like run that Sigma on this map, but in the side of SRP, they just totally, you know, throw that out the window and then just run Cloudy on Ryan basically everywhere.
Yeah, and now we're, you know, getting into this map number 4, where we talked about before how map pick is just going to be key. We talked about how Circuit Royale was going to be the only real option for SR Peak Check. Now, obviously, it flips with them winning. Team Peps is going to have the choice. The biggest thing I can tell you right now is I know where we're not going. We're definitely not going Colosseo. I would probably put my eye on Esperanza coming out yet again here, but we're definitely not going Colosseo. I know that for a fact.
Oh, why is that, though? You want to explain to the viewers why that's the case? Like, why would we not go to Colosseo instead?
Because if you're looking at, again, like we talked about with Antarctic Peninsula, there's a couple of maps where it's just Reinhardt is the driving force. You can get really seriously high value out of the Reinhardt on certain maps. And when you have other maps that are in that pool that aren't Colosseo, that certainly do not bode as well for Reinhardt, you stay away from it. Colosseo is very much linear. It's very brawl. There's a high brawl potential. I was going to say brawl heavy, but that's not necessarily the case. But it certainly has some potential for some brawl to come out. And Reinhardt is very effective. There has been actually since Push's fruition, where we saw a lot more Rein, that has been a mainstay for this team. And we have seen SR Peak Check being very dominant actually on Colosseo on those push maps when it comes through. So I would stay very far away from there. And I would probably, like I said, I would go Esperanza.
Yeah, and I think you probably called it. I mean, obviously coming through, Peps have to decide that. It's still always going to be tough, though, right, Hirix? I mean, it's going to be tough. You're right, Esperanza is that next map that we are going to. Peps decided to take us there. But like you said, I mean, Push is just so linear. Right. Now, you would think that, like you said earlier, like SR Peak Check probably still have a decent, you know, potential here, like decent spot here. You think Escort would have been the map that Peps could have won, but the fact they just got, you know, honestly, just to be a bit of a jerk here, kind of dominated on Circuit Royale, and now Esperanza to have to go here. I mean, it could favor them a little bit, obviously, right, with like maybe some Sombra gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, Esperanza definitely is, I think, the best possible scenario, and there's a multitude of reasons here. Yes, you could bring in things like Sombra. I think there were some good moments with Sombra where you see Cloudy just getting absolutely obliterated out of the game completely in a matter of, you know, nanoseconds in some points. But I think even potentially more important than that is Esperanza forces SR Peak Check to actually make rotations. There's not that linearity where they can just walk up, force the fight, get on, get some presence on the objective and take the fight. You know, there's maybe some opportunities here where you can play into the high ground control as a defending team if you can get a lead, and you can drop in, you can have some big advantages, and it forces SR Peak Check and Cloudy especially to make big rotations before they can even take fights, and that is never a good thing if you are playing push. You do not want to be spending time making setups, making rotations before you take those engagements. You want to get right into the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like we saw in that last game, too. I mean, you talked about it for the side of Peps. I mean, as long as they run that Winston and then just control that high ground like we see whenever teams have control of the robot, especially with that Ryan composition. I mean, what's Cloudy's route to the high ground, right? When you come back towards that bridge, it's like
going all the way around, buddy?
Yeah, you go. We've seen him do it, I guess. Like he just charges through main or he comes to the top left. I mean, he gets some wacky kills, but I guess at the same for this match, Peps have played against Cloudy already now for these 3 games, and also have played against him for seasons prior and probably in the scrims. So, at this point, I think it's tough to get caught off guard by what Cloudy's doing, right?
Yeah, definitely all these players from Peps have seen probably everything at this stage that Cloudy could be able to take to them here. I would say maybe barring a couple of surprise things that he could always pull out. You never know with Cloudy, but yeah, I guess the intent
they
is...
got 3x Overwatch League too. I mean, they've
True.
sorry. I mean, like 4 actually even. So yeah, this team is like actually no 3. Sorry, I take that back. Yeah, you'd think they'd be aware, obviously, playing against all this Korean talent, you know, playing dive and stuff. But what would win one Finnish lad who is also ex Overwatch League that is now a Reinhardt one trick, or 3 on the side of Team Peps, who are, you know, a lot of people's favorites to win it all. In this situation, SRP Check have the advantage on Esperanza.
Also, you were at the first time. It was 4.
Was it 4? Wait, who am I missing?
out?
Hybrid, Naga, FD God.
And Molf.
Wolf was British Hurricane. Was he? Oh yeah, he was on Spitfire for a little bit.
Yeah.
It was. I forgot. It's my bad. Sorry. It was. Listen, the London Spitfire.
You knew
in
it
that
all
year
along.
were-
You got it right the first time. That's what we're gonna go with.
Okay, you're right. Yeah. I was gonna say that London Spitfire in that year were pretty, you know, not memorable. So.
Okay, that's come on now. That's that's a little bit too far, man.
Yeah, listen, that's what I do. I go too far. SRP Check don't have to deal with Naga, who is playing in the skybox now. Drops down low ground, able to just spam out on the inside angle, drop the nades in as well. Make sure SRP Check is uncomfortable, and, you know, with this competition, they're kind of surrounding SRP Check, but they're still fine. I mean, they're all healthy. They've got control of the robot at this point. Danid's on the right side flank trying to spam out as well. Fi could go in with the TP onto the Reaper. They can't really deal with Naga directly, but, you know, they still have control of that robot. They're not taking a whole bunch of damage, just playing around that cart. The rest of the Peps are actually taking more damage first and building towards that Nana.
Yeah, this might just be a situation where we're just
Waiting
waiting for
Why
ults.
did Cronus fall?
Oh yeah, that's tough.
But he got TP'd on, I guess, from the high ground, so he had to drop off the bridge, so now they don't have the Reyna. Copy eventually comes through from Naga. Very fast copy, by the way. One of the first ultimates, but eventually he loses it before he can even get the Death Blossom. Did pump out some damage, but, you know, SRP Check have the advantage. The res couldn't come through, and the robot's still chugging along here.
Yeah, we're gonna see a contest here from Team Peps, but this is still in a decent spot for SRP Check because they're gonna be able to just
Wait, they
just
for
flipped the map.
Cronus! They did flip it, but because SRP Check went to kill Cronus, now they're gonna come back. I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't think Cronus was expecting that. But now they come into the point. Naga gets danded. Dahl also falls. Even the Coalescence was popped. It was not enough for them to live. So unfortunately, the kill on the Cronus was not enough to give them the edge. Eventually, Cloudy comes through just to stop this robot for a bit longer. Fi goes down. Naga eventually finds Cloudy too, and Peps will control the robot again.
What a weird way for that fight to break down. What a weird way.
Yep.
And now SRP Check, they're the team that has to answer because Team Pep's going to be coming into this fight. They have positional advantage. This is that positional advantage that we talked about before, but Teleporters is available with Danid there. So who knows if that could just completely change, but EMP is the main thing I'm looking at if I'm Team Peps.
Hybrid around the back. Ready to go with it. Just uses the nades, but eventually that's no Death Blossom of Fi. Was that over the top of the bridge even? Resurrect eventually comes through from FD God. The boop comes a bit too late from Dala. So they're still in it. They have some ultimates to work with too. The Death Blossom almost worked out, but now they're stuck on the inside. They do stop this payload as it stands. They try to walk out, maybe force the EMP of Hybrid. Hybrid forced away, but the Nenos comes out of the Naga, and he's just able to destroy Fi as they walk through. Symmetric wall will go down, so both DPS ultimates out of the equation now for SRP Check. EMP connects as well. Danid's able to find FD God at least, and the beat drop re-engage is here for Cloudy. Danid's turrets are getting maximum value. Naga falls in the low ground. Cloudy will get slept and naded, but he will be able to get healed up temporarily on the backside and off of Danid's Symmetra. SRP Check have the robot again.
Yeah, they're sending it back the other direction. And look, they still had control, or rather the lead this entire time. And on top of that now, also allowing SRP Check to get back to that Coalescence could really help them apply pressure to Naga and FD God, something that they are sorely lacking in prior to having that ult and prior to having Fi there as well.
Cloudy just kind of going for a fake charge. Luckily, you can cancel it now in Overwatch 2, so can't really in too hard. Molf drops, by the way, down below onto the inside angle. Coalescence popped as well by McG to keep them healthy and as well maybe to find Hybrid. Shatter used by Cloudy, did not really find anything. High Noon in the copy form, able to find McG. Perfect positioning from Naga, though eventually Cloudy will take down Cronus. That's a lot of heals gone
for Peps' side, but this robot now, Naga's trying to control. Eventually, Dala will escape from Naga's grasp over the top. Robot still not pushing forward. They do find Fi at the very least with Wolf and come back through. SR Peak Check kind of giving some ground.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of have to at this point, but they are buying a lot of time, and certainly time that's necessary for Mickey to get back. Very important. They need their more. They need that sustain. They're going to have wall at the ready from Dan. And Hybrid just simply not close enough for the EMP, so this should get a lot of value as soon as Dan puts this thing up.
That value is going to be terrifying to deal with. Dive already comes through. Now they get onto Dala with the anti-grenade, able to find him through that wall. Valkyrie also committed by FD God. Meanwhile, Fi went for the flank, and it's not going to work out. He falls via that bridge side. SRPJX still have the advantage in terms of the meters. Danny tries to go in for a TP play and look for a kill, but unfortunately is all alone, so he will go down. Eventually, Cloudy and McG, McG in that situation will try to back away and recontest because they still have that advantage that you called out earlier.
This is a big swap here. Danid going over to the Reaper. They just completely lose their teleport.
Oh,
so
that's interesting.
These rotations just got a whole lot harder to pull off should they ever need them. Fi getting pressured, gets dropped as well.
Nano play from Naga. Eventually connects onto the grenades too. Does not kill the side of Dala, though Danid has found Cronus. That's one kill. The beat drop re-engage from Dala, but it's only supports and a tank. They control the robot again, but I mean, do they really have the kill potential? The res comes through. They're at least pushing the robot ahead because they still have the advantage, by the way, in the meters, so I mean, this isn't a bad play. They're running away with the robot. Sleep Dart to slow Cloudy down, but everybody's here to disengage as the rest of Peps had to go towards that robot, could not find the kills. That's not that bad, actually, for SR Peak Check.
If they can avoid the EMP, they have Cold. They can sustain through it, but they just need to stay alive.
Hack from Fi as well into FD. Got the Coalescence with the follow-up, too. Robot almost went in the favor of Peps to give him the advantage, but unfortunately will not. The copy comes through from Naga on the backside, but it's just blocked off by a shield. It's kind of laughed in the face of LH Cloudy. Naga goes solo over the top. Chatter as well from Cloudy to stop Molf's Primal Rage is enough. Naga has down Danid, but the rest of his team is removed.
Sometimes you're watching it and you know it's happening, you know it's not really that surprising, but it's still just a sight to behold. What is going on here with SR Peak Check? EMP coming up for Fi. Got the Death Blossom coming up as well, and this is going to be a contest for Peps to see if they can block this point take, because you definitely don't want to give away a respawn advantage over to SR Peak Check as well, but they've done exactly that, and again, you still have those ultimates coming up.
Danid taking some pressure over the top, and again, SR Peak Check still playing this objective to a T. EMP almost built for Fi. Fi gets slept though. Hybrid able to kill him. Cloudy also finds Cronus. Danid will go very aggressive towards the back to kind of zone off Peps' side. Molf switching to the Wrecking Ball of all things. And SR Peak Check still pressing forward the objective here. I mean, this is just a great example of just playing the objective in Overwatch and why it could lead to success. Now, Death Blossom to zone with the Coalescence. They want to just pressure off Naga. No kills just yet. EMP also committing a lot of ultimates. No kills just yet. The Barrage to zone. Danid able to find Cronus off the back, but eventually will get traded by Naga over the sky. I mean, Naga being an amazing Pharah player, switches, and it's working out for them so far. 2 kills for Naga. They reclaimed the robot, but not after SR Peak Check have worked up to 82 meters.
Yeah, that is huge. This is going to be a massive deficit to try to come back from for Team Peps. Of course, EMP should help them, but I think more even than that. Yeah, it's going to keep getting contested, but I think the big thing here is also just the reliance on Naga. I mean, even before with the Echo, you see he's generated 12.6k damage. I'll give a little indicator of how much that is. That is over double anyone else in the lobby. The second highest isn't even at 6k right now.
Oh my god, Jesus, that's so much damage. EMP comes through with the beat around the corner. Dala was avoiding the EMP of Hybrid, and it works out for them. Now Danid also finds Cronus again. Poor Cronus, the target focus of SR Peak Check at the moment, just always diving onto him with their entire team. The robot again in their favor. A minute left. No kills for Naga just yet either. Everybody has too much health. The Shatter comes through on the Molf as he tried to go for the slam. Nobody can keep him alive. The Wrecking Ball mines are here, but can just be cleared out by the Minesweeper of Cloudy. And you know, you have a minute left now. Peps backing up. This is getting so dicey for them here.
Yeah, because you know that at any point, obviously Team Peps have to be able to decisively win a team fight just to get control again. But then, of course, they also have to win more team fights after that.
Yeah, this is rough. Coalescence on the Naga. Goodbye, sir. See you in the next map. Nanabu's still available for Cronus.
If there is one.
If there is one, yeah. Nanabu's still available. Can't really find a target to use it on here. He's going to have to wait for Naga to come back. 94 meters and climbing, both on the left side. Cloudy goes for the charge deep onto the Mercy player on this right side. Finds Hybrid too. Pick after pick. SRP Check are making the perfect rotations at the moment. Naga over the top still has the barrage ready to go. Gets the nano boost. The sleep dart on the Danid as Cronus fell to 1 HP. But guess who's there on the back? It's LH Cloudy. They will find Cronus with 5, but with the barrage and nano boost, they're able to get Fi and Dala out of there. So SRP Check now in a weird spot. They go for the reset. 4 seconds left, knowing they just want to keep playing the objective. Just keep backing up, waiting for the members to come back in overtime.
Overtime starting right now. Yeah, this is, I mean, 80 meters is crazy. It is going to be so difficult for them to pull this off, especially when SRP Check. Yeah, where is he actually?
Wait, he's coming back after going all the way around. Peps is behind to find Cronus. It's a 1-for-1 trade. EMP from Fi here. Epigod, no support over the top. Had to whip out the Glock. Death Blossom from Danid towards the card as well. Can anybody else here touch for Peps' side? It doesn't look like it. And SRP Check will win the series 3-1.
Yeah, third time taking Esperanza this round robin stage already as well. I mean, to be able to have that level of performance on maps that you just wouldn't expect to be favored on. And I would say in a lot of cases, they simply aren't favored on, but still finding ways to get wins. That is the Cloudy difference, TM. You can trademark it right now if you want. You can have that, Cloudy. But yeah, I mean, this team is just something entirely different in a whole number of ways, right? I mean, obviously the reliance on the Reinhardt compositions, but also just the proficiency with every aspect that makes it viable. Not just, of course, the Reinhardt, but also all of the other pieces. What is Danid playing? What is Dala playing as well? When we saw that Brig coming out, there's just so many elements in play here. SRP Check in full control of how to make this work.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, they know exactly what to do. You're right. I mean, Dala swapping over to Lucio for the last maps as well and just avoiding all of that damage. I mean, they made Naga kind of look lost out there. Naga was doing a lot of damage, but not finding a lot of impactful kills, I guess, onto SRP Check. And I was saying this earlier here, Rix. I mean, that was a perfect example of, you know, why you should play the objective. Like, SRP Check just kept rotating around the payload, figuring out the perfect places to fight, and, you know, they didn't let Peps back into the series at all, man.
Yeah, not at all. I was honestly expecting a 5-map series, a second round of 5-map series to close the day out here, but SRP Check, I mean, they surprised in a number of ways. I mean, we shouldn't be that surprised at this stage because we've just seen what they're capable of in the past. We've seen what they're capable of even on some maps where you don't expect them to do as well as they do, but they just keep having these performances. Unfortunately for Peps, they suffer at the hands of SRP Check, and it's another loss. It's their second loss of the day as well. A team that has been on the rise, but they'll have to see if they can get that back tomorrow instead.
They will, and, you know, on the flip side, we will have an interview with none other than LH Cloudy after a short break, guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll come back in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody. Obviously, we had SRP Check just win 3-1 over Team Peps. Today, we've got Cloudy for an interview after it was a pretty dominant win for them over Peps. How are you feeling, Cloudy, after that, my man?
I feel great. It was a very clean win from us. You know, there's nothing more fun than beating Team Peps, so I'm very happy about that.
I mean, going into this, I mean, I gotta get your interpretation on what the expectation is going into these kinds of games, because when we go into it, we see, obviously we know what to expect from you guys. You kind of know what everybody else is doing. You played into everything, but what is your expectation going in? Because to us, it just feels like you guys are just absolute downright rats when you guys play. Is that the kind of same sentiment that you feel as when you're playing it?
I mean, I feel like the reason is like, you look at what enemy is playing, right? Like, they're playing all these dishonest comps. They're playing Pharah, they're playing Rama, nuts, and like they listen. If they just played an honest comp like a Lucio Winston or Lucio Ryan, like we wouldn't have to play like rats, right? But like when it comes to rat warfare, you can't beat us in rat warfare. So like we have to play dirty. Enemy plays dirty, we have to play dirty. There's no honesty.
Totally. I mean, that's totally fair, right? Like, you got to play that way. And I think that, like, you know, you guys played really well, like Hirik just mentioned, around the objective just so constantly. I mean, obviously that was premeditated, right? It's just constantly not. Can you explain, like, what that rat gameplay was? What was the plan? Just always take the robot for them, for example, on Esperanza?
Yeah, I mean, Esperanza, it's like enemies playing dive, right? And they played in a way that if we go on Ana, we get shot by everyone, 5 people in the butt, right? So, like, we had to play in a way where we a line of sight. And then I say like play to live, and then I hope my DPS kill them, and then I just keep living. At some point my DPS will kill them, so we're better, I believe. So it's just like you run around and hope you have good ults, and then enemies gonna make a mistake before you, and then you win when they make a mistake. Then you just snowball the whole map and get like 80 meters or something.
I think one of the biggest questions that I have in my mind is something that I have known about you for some years. I mean, dating back all the way to the Revival days. Is that when you look at some of these Reinhardt compositions and you look at what maps you would expect to be strong for this, it's never what you would actually expect. It's always something different. I remember like Icon being a big map that for some reason was good. I mean, what is it about certain maps that you guys still are able to find value in? Like, I mean, how have you made Circuit a good map for your comp? How does that even happen?
I mean, Circuit is a good map, right? Because there's like no high grounds, right? So no high ground, Rhino winner. And it's like Circuit comes down to like which tank dies less, and like who creates more space, and Reinhardt is the biggest man, so Reinhardt can buy like the most time in Circuit. And then like, you know, when you engage on Circuit, right, enemy has nowhere to go. And like if you all in on Rein, like you outpower the enemy, so like it works pretty well in those maps. The only maps here it doesn't work is like Dorado, because like that is impossible. Too many high grounds, too many angles, there's no hidey holes. It's over. That's the only maps that doesn't work.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah, because Hirik was talking about your guys' strategy basically like during the series, and then like, you know, we were talking about, you know, the other maps you could play, like Root, for example. Yeah. You think just Root has too many high grounds, for example, like when we compare it to the likes of Circuit Rail, like you said, with where you could just play low ground the entire time?
Yeah, I mean, Root is like, first point is like super duper fine, right? But like, and defense is always fine on Rhine comp. Like, map doesn't matter on Rhine comp on defense, right? Because you just play around the point and AFK. but on attack, it doesn't work in like Root second point. Like, you go AFK on point, too many high grounds, nothing like to punish. Like, if the only way you win is if enemy tank makes a horrible mistake. So like, it's impossible. But like, Circuit is perfect, right? Because like, think about first point, second point, there's like no high grounds. It's just like all line of sight, don't get poked, and then all in at the right time.
And then going even beyond that, you know, we have seen now some pretty decent success with these rounds. I mean, I think this was your third win of the round robin stage, which was games
fourth, I think.
Fourth, okay. So
fourth, yeah.
You guys have had
5
of Esperanza. Have you played that much Esperanza?
Yeah, we play Esperanza every map, bro. It's fine. It's like
because I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, it's got to be Coliseo is like your home map in terms of push, right? Like, it's got to be. But you obviously go to Esperanza way more because everybody's probably looking at you guys and saying hell no to Coliseo, right? So I mean. How have you guys been able to transition this with Esperanza? I mean, obviously, we do see some of the rat gameplay, but beyond that, I guess.
I mean, it depends. Like, we roll out with different comp every time. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we just kind of like we swap support and DPS, and then sometimes even tank. So like, we just have a different comp for different team. Like, this team was like a monk team, so we played Reaper, and then another team is like a fire team, so we play another hero.
Like it all depends what enemy is playing, because everyone is a different team. You know, like it depends on the enemy what we roll out with.
Yeah, it's not a one size fits all type of situation.
No.
And you know, obviously, like you just said, I mean, Esperanza has been a great map for you guys. And Cloudy, obviously, with that win, that'll put you guys at a very, very good spot right now. Obviously, only one loss so far. And you know, is there any last thoughts you want to say before we let you go, man? Congrats on your win, first of all. And is there any shout-outs or something you'd like to say real quick?
I just want to ask, like, the European EMA contenders, you know, why is everyone playing Pharah? Can we go back to honesty? Like, where did we go so wrong? What happened to shame? Like, no one has any shame. Like, these guys just keep playing Pharah. Can we go back to, like, Lucio Mirrors? Like, this is getting kind of cringe emo. So that's my message to the region. Stop playing Pharah and let's go back to real comps. Let's have some fun.
Well, what do you got to say like about yeah, for example, right? I mean, they could not be playing Pharah, but they're playing some crazy stuff either way, right?
I decline comment on yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, we got Cloudy for politician, Cloudy for president of EMEA Contenders. Cloudy, thank you for coming through, bringing ethicality back to, if that's a word, back to Overwatch. So thank you for coming, Cloudy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, bro. See ya.
Yeah, all right. Well, that was Cloudy, obviously, for the likes of SRP Check. And they're sitting pretty at the moment here, Rick, as we go back and take a look at the standings so far for EMEA. Obviously, we had some games happen off stream. We have the likes of Raspberry Racers dropping down because of losing today to Ataraxia to 1-5, and then also losing their other game. Meanwhile, Ataraxia is up to 3-3. And then that matchup between SRP Check and Team Peps just solidifies Team Peps in that top 4 position.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting development here because when we did just talk to Claudia about guess what their final match of the round robin stage is, which could determine a second place. I mean, who knows? Maybe even a first place, third, fourth, whatever it may be. With how things are panning out, that's literally the last matchup that they're going to have. Versus SR Peak Check opens up round 11. That's the final game. So what a way to look at that. SR Peak Check with that one loss to EXO earlier on in the round robin stage. But yeah, I mean, no surprises with Twisted Minds. Team Pep still sticking around. We'll have to see if they can bounce back. Ataraxia, a major bump up. They won their second game, man.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, they're killing it at the moment. Good for Ataraxia. Obviously, they've been, you know, it's a long time coming for them. Been like one of those top teams from Open Division. I believe they actually were the #1 seed to come out of Open Division. To come back through, take down teams like Triple, or at least be above teams like Triple as it stands, that puts them in a great spot. And, you know, there's a lot of really good talent still in a lot of these teams, even down lower. Obviously, they just need to make their way back through. And Hurix, EMEA is kind of, you know, we're seeing how things are being laid out before the playoffs come through as we go on. But, you know, as it stands, it seems like Twisted Minds are a little bit ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, they're definitely the team to beat. They've been the team to beat for some time now. It feels like the better part of a year at this stage, but we're just in our Twisted Mind era. You know, eras come, they go. We'll have to see how long this one holds. Twisted Minds, they look like they're not letting go of this for what seems like maybe forever, but who knows? We'll have to see what happens over the course of this tournament. Of course, we do have some more action going on tomorrow that is going to be taking place here. Same spot, same place, same starting time, and these are some good matches here as well. I'm looking forward to these as well.
Yeah, Ransbeer Racers in play, I think it'll be really, really good. I think that's going to be a match that really, you know, sets play away if they could potentially get that win. Obviously, have a lot of French players on that team, so people looking forward to that. While, you know, Team Pep's looking to make a bounce back game tomorrow in the second one versus Ataraxia. So that'll be another interesting match because I believe Peps, you know, have played them, you know, between Ataraxia and them. They have a little bit of a story between those two teams. Meanwhile, over in North America, Hurix, the game's going on later today at 5 p.m. PST. First up, I mean, we got Amplify versus Worldwide and then Strix versus Saints.
Yeah, two, of course, really solid games to look forward to as well because we've got, I mean, I think to a large degree some surprise with how Strix has been performing. So to see them taking on Saints, I would say Saints is very much the Twisted Minds of NA, the team to beat, the team everyone's gunning for. That is probably Saints, and then Amplify versus Worldwide to open up. I mean, what a good way to start the day. Of course, it's not too long of a wait before you actually get over there. If you're watching this live, I think it's about 4 hours from now that will go live. So definitely want to make sure you catch those.
Oh yeah, I bet. Hurix, freaking Ryan Mazing. I was telling Mox the other day on broadcast, but Ryan Mazing actually reached out to me. He's like, hey, you want to support for Strix? this upcoming season. And I told him, I was like, bro, you know I'm washed as hell, man. Like, there's no way in hell. Like, do you see how there's
a drought going on in NA? There's a well-known support drought that's going on right now. That's happening. I mean, there's been some talk about some DPS players going over and playing some support just to fill in for right now. There's been some talks about that. So if you're on the up and coming right now and you're a support player and you're like, okay, I want to be able to get into contenders, there's no time like the present. As long as you can make sure that you have that good work ethic, there is a possibility for you.
Sure. And for myself and Uhernix obviously will be done for the day. But like we said earlier, North America will be in just about 4 hours. So if you want to stick around, maybe get some food and stuff, get ready for that. But in the meantime, that's the end of this broadcast. So thank you guys for watching today, and we'll see you guys for NA.